please. Welcome to the Whatcom County Council meeting for November 24th, 2020. I will call this meeting to order, and I will note that this is a notable day, as you have actually two council members that have birthdays today. And I just discovered that by accident. Councilmember Ellenboss and myself are both November 24th babies. So it's kind of unusual. Sing? I don't care. You sure?
Yes.
Nah.
Birthday to you.
Okay, thanks, Red. That's enough.
That is enough.
All right, let's meeting's called to order. Let's call the roll, please.
Red Brown.
Yeah.
Barry Buchanan.
Here.
Tyler Byrd. Todd Donovan.
Sorry, trying to get to it.
I think it was Tyler's here and I'm here.
Ben Ellenboss.
Nothing better to do. I'm here.
Carol Frazee.
Here.
Kathy Kirschner.
Here.
Let the record show all council members are accounted for. Can we please display the flag and start the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I don't have any announcements tonight, other than if you are staff, please keep your cameras off until you speak. Otherwise, we could just have council members have cameras. So we will start with the county executive's report.
Thank you very much, Council. Good evening. I have a very, very brief report, and this is my report. And sorry, Mr. Ellenboss, I did not know in advance because I had to print this thing in reverse image to show it on the camera, because when I print it regularly,
actually you should have printed it
wrong ways. And
somehow
then
it's backwards now.
I just scribbled Mr. Ellenboss back on top. Now I'll remember for next time. That's all that's my report for today. Happy birthday, both of you.
Thank you.
2 A's, 1 S. 2 A's, 1 S.
I was just scribbling. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's your full report, executive? Okay. All right. We have 6 sets of minutes to approve. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any corrections, deletions, or additions to the minutes? Seeing none, please call the roll for approval.
Ben Ellenboss.
Yes.
Carol Frazee.
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner.
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Tyler Byrd.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
That passes 7-0. We will move into our public hearings. We have about 13 of them tonight. So before we start the public hearings, could Kathy Hawker, could you play the video that explains how the public can testify? We have our first public hearing is AB 2020-466, which is an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code, Section 1.14, adjusting precinct boundary lines and precinct maps. Do we have anyone from the auditor's office that wants to say anything before we go into public hearing? Apparently not. Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
We have one person with their hand raised, Sally Mickley.
Sally, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this is on the budget, maybe the budget issue.
No, this is on precinct boundary lines.
I'm sorry, I'll come in later.
Okay, thank you, Sally. Is there anyone else with their hand raised?
No, there's no one else with a hand raised at this time.
Okay, we will close the public hearing. What is the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Next item is AB 2020-447, which is an ordinance adopting the 6-year capital investment program or capital improvement program, which is the CIP for Whatcom County facilities, years 2021 through 2026, and repealing the 6-year CIP for Whatcom County facilities, 2019 through 2024. And I saw Mr. Schroeder's lights go on.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. First, I just kind of want to recognize and thank for the council's work and the administration's work on getting us to this point. This is the first of 11 hearings that council has in front of them tonight to move forward with the adoption of a number of documents that are in coordination with the 2021-2022 biennium budget. So we've been going through and working since about May or June with council, getting priorities, laying out the executive's priorities, and working with the department heads to get to this point. And I want to compliment all the good work that's been taken to this point. So again, there are 11 hearings or so in front of council. I'd be happy to give an update on each one, or maybe just ask or answer some specific questions once we get to those next hearings. This one is the 6-year capital improvement plan, or the CIP, which recognizes which county facilities between 2021 and 2026 is anticipated to have some work or some planning level work to be accomplished. It's a part of the GMA, the Growth Management Act, and also is kind of a foundational document for us to start doing some financial planning with our capital funds moving forward. So again, thanks for all the good work between June and now. And I'd be more than happy to chime in on some of the ordinances and the hearings that you're going to have in front of you. But I also want to recognize the time that's in front. And a lot of the documents are pretty straightforward and require just to set levies and set different rates moving forward.
Any questions for Deputy Executive Schroeder before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak, please click on the hand icon to raise your hand virtually, or you can dial *9 by phone. There are no speakers. There are no attendees with their hands raised wishing to speak.
Okay, we will close the public hearing. Council, what are your wishes?
Move approval.
Second.
Byrd moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion on that motion? Okay, let's vote on it.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next up is AB 2020-490, which is an ordinance authorizing the 2021 Whatcom County Unified Fee Schedule. There's a substitute Appendix A, which was emailed, so you can refer to that. Anything you want to say about this, Tyler, before we go into public hearing?
No, not on this one. This is just the unified fee schedule as recognized by the chair. I did want to point out that if there are members of the public that wanted to speak to the budget item specifically, that'll be the second to last item, Agenda Bill 2020-504. So it's about 10 hearings away. So we'll call out when that item comes forward.
Okay, we will open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
Point
There
of
are no
order.
hands raised at this time.
Yes, Mr. Brown?
Sorry, just point of order. Which is the latest version? And when was it sent? Do you know?
I don't have a time or date on my script, so maybe someone could help me out from the office.
Sure. This is Dana. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I sent an email this afternoon, right around 5, with all the attachments for the day.
I have one at 4. Is that the one you mean?
That's probably the one.
Okay.
It's got a link to all the documents that were substituted today or added to the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, see, where were we? We had closed the public hearing and we were now entertaining a motion.
Barry, I don't think you actually, or did we have it?
No,
Go
I
ahead. Order.
interrupted him. So
Yeah,
Did we not open the public hearing?
we might do it again, just to be safe.
Okay, yeah, good idea. We will open the public hearing on this unified fee schedule item. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
There are no attendees with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Move
Move for
approval.
approval.
Byrd was first. I'll take that as a second. Councilmember Frazee. Discussion. Seeing none, please call a roll.
Red Brown,
yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Thurl Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes 5-2 with Byrd and Ellenboss opposed. Next up is AB 2020-491, which is a resolution adopting 2021 budget for the Point Roberts Transportation Benefit District. This is the council acting as the governing body of the Point Roberts Transportation Benefit District. Anything we need to know about this, Mr. Schroeder?
I would recommend you hold the hearing, and then Public Works staff is here to walk through and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We will open the public hearing. Do we have anyone wishing to speak?
Yes, there is one attendee with their hand raised, Tom O'Brien.
Tom, welcome.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. As many of you may remember from last year, which was the first instance where these funds were directed to Point Roberts for the express purpose of maintaining the roadways, and this was flowers with the garden club and such. Once that was completed, the community discovered that associated administrative fees had actually ended up costing over 40%. So in 1 year's worth of $20,000 worth of funds, administrative fees in 1 year got very close to 50% of that 20,000, and then the other was perhaps lower than that. I'm curious, the governing body of the Transportation Benefit District is described by the prosecuting attorney as supposing to be a separate board from council. And although RCW that addresses transportation benefit districts does allow for that governing body to contract, I don't think it allows for it to impose implied contracts without disclosing the level of administrative fees, especially when, as you just passed the unified fee schedule. I went through the 2021 and 2022 unified fee schedule, and for the life of me, I could not see where council or the governing body of the TBD could point to a fee schedule that would exceed 40% on public works contracts. So although I'm in favor of these fees being approved, perhaps even significantly more than the 20,000 a year that's earmarked at present, I think it's a process issue. And if this just gets approved, but those administrative fees aren't addressed by the governing body, which is not council, it's supposed to be a separate entity. So if the governing body addresses that with the PRCAC and then comes back to council with a recommendation, then I think that's the way to pursue it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
There are no other speakers with hands raised at this time.
Okay, we will close the public hearing and turn it back to council.
I'm going to move approval for discussion.
Second.
We have a motion by Byrd and a second by Donovan. Did you want to ask a question or a discussion, Mr. Byrd?
Yeah, I think to address the comment, the item is listed on the agenda right now as an item that the council will approve acting as the governing body of the Point Roberts. So we actually switch hats and aren't approving it as the council. If it were to approve, it'd be as the governing body. So otherwise, your process would have made a lot of sense as far as having that recommended over and then the council approving it would have actually worked really well too. With this budget, and we're talking about $20,000 it's going to go that we're budgeting, and then the items for the plants as well for yard work, landscaping. That's the word I'm looking for. Does this have to actually be approved tonight, or can this be approved in January?
Mr. Karcher, do you have a?
Yes, I do. I think it has to be approved tonight. And just to speak to the comment that I heard, we're talking about Point Roberts, and we're talking about a budget that is set up to handle support of paths and trails up there. And I think the contract, I don't have all the facts in front of me tonight, but I think we're talking about a $9,000 contract, and staff time is probably coming to $4,000. So I think that's a gentleman's concern. And part of the issue of dealing with Point Roberts is our person that draws on this budget goes up to Point Roberts and has meetings with the Point Roberts Transportation Benefit District, and that costs time. Everything in Point Roberts is a bit more expensive because of the travel time. So I can get a full accounting of those costs if he wants, but I think we're talking about minor costs, and we're talking about a Point Roberts type of factor because of the remoteness of the location. And, that's, so that's what, $13,000 out of a $20,000 budget. I think there's some additional budget in there yearly so that if the Point Roberts Transportation Benefit District comes up with another additional project for us to take on with that tax fund, then we are poised to do that with that remaining budget. Hopefully that answers some of council's questions about that comment.
Thanks, Jim.
You bet.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, Mr. Karcher. So is that staff member currently going up to Point Roberts, or is everything remote now?
No, well, that's a good point. He is not going up there, I think, currently since March, but he has been up there right before the COVID crisis hit. So, yeah. And so all these costs would be something that would be looked at for 2019 and 2020.
Councilmember Byrd?
Thanks. Jim, with that, I assume we bill basically like as we're using the time, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
yeah. So if that's the case, we would have billed some portion for this year already for any time that would have gotten used. But as you said, he's not going up now. So do we have a ledger or a statement essentially of the amount of time that we've used and what we spent out of that? Okay. And I think that would be helpful to be able to send out to the Point Roberts Advisory Committee and the rest of the groups out there so that they have it as well, because this has been a popular topic ever since we started doing it. So in addition to that, though, I gotta wonder, like, why do we need to be in person? It seems like it's a huge time saver. It saves money, resources for us and Point Roberts if we just stick to video calls, unless we absolutely have to be in person. So moving forward, can we, and maybe this is something for John, or the executive, but can we be doing these meetings virtually or attending virtually instead of in person and saving that?
I'm sure we can. And I don't mean to sound ignorant, but I don't think a lot of us realized the power of Zoom and GoToMeetings prior to COVID. And everything was done face to face. And that was typically the way things were done. We get up to Point Roberts so infrequently that every trip is valuable. You know, when you go up there and look at things and see that, you know, that's something you can't do in a virtual meeting. And part of those costs, I think, that are associated with that contract is and it's just one person charging, so it's not a whole bunch of people. It's setting things up with the Point Roberts Transportation Benefit District to verify the work that was done by an outside contractor. So I have to tell you that the Point Roberts group is very workable and a great bunch of people, and they kind of go out and help vet and vouch for what the contractor has accomplished. And then, you know, working that through and organizing that as part of this coordinator's position is very effective. But I can get a full accounting of the costs and see what the concerns may be if there is a concern. And certainly the virtual meetings going forward will be the way to go.
Okay. Jim, what is the deadline for actually having to approve this specific item?
I think it's just part of the whole budget package. So as long as, you know, I don't stand in the way of the rest of the budget, I would think that's the only deadline I perceive.
Okay. Does Tyler or Brad or Barry, you've been here a long time. Do you know?
What's that supposed to mean?
You're my go-to resident expert for the council.
I don't know the answer to that one.
Okay.
Rudd's been here as long as I have, so I see your smiling face there, Rudd.
Yeah, but I didn't do 4 years at the city, so you're doing this much older than I am.
That'd be for Brad. Is that Paul?
Paul, go ahead.
I was going to say that, Mr. Byrd, your line of asking is right. And I think that what we can do is send out all the information. Overall, we're talking very small amount of money, but any amount of money is important. It's not, but holding the whole budget is not. I mean, we will just present it to the same report to the council and to the Point Roberts Transportation District Committee. And if there are questions, we can always discuss this. But that's what I think we can promise, that with whatever time we have this year, we can give you full account for 2019, 2020. And this is actually the budget we are passing is for 2021, 22. So like we said, we will charge only what is actually spent. And we will give you full accounting. So, but what we have in front of us is not the past, but past is the example, and which is rightly so by Mr. O'Brien, that they should be accounted for, and I think that's the right thing to do. And we will present the full report for the past 2 years.
So Paul,
budget number for the next 2 years.
Okay, well, what I'm wondering is, when they originally asked us for this, there was a dollar amount assigned to it based on what the cost was. And then the minute the first bill came in, it's not a huge dollar amount when we're looking at our budget of $290 million. But to them, in any individual household, it's a fair dollar amount. And when you look at the percentage, it's even more significant. So here's what I would like to, for me personally, is now that they've seen the past costs, if we can send the new cost based on what happened this year, and if we could say, hey, we're going to commit to maybe doing virtual meetings so we can maintain that administrative overhead percentage within that same level, do you still want to move forward with this program or not? And then have them tell us like, yeah, it's still something we value, we want to move forward with based on these expenses and what we know today, or no, let's scrap that and we'll figure out something else. So is it possible for us to hold on to this and send it back to them? And I don't know if 2 weeks is enough time, but that's why I'm wondering if it has to be with the entire budget package.
I would say we can leave it to the department head and the committee to solve this issue. And they are all listening, and I think that's what the commitment I'm making, that we charge it only when you spend it. This is just a budget item. It's not that they can get to go spend it or use whatever they did it in the past. But it's a very good point brought up, and I see the importance of for the residents to know the full accounting. And I think the department is liable to give full accounting, not only to them, to the council as well.
Mr. Hutchings, did you want to weigh in?
I heard the executive loud and clear, and I think we will follow his direction and make sure that accounting happens. And I just should comment that we had the same conversation going into last year's budget, and there was a concern on the part of the PRCAC and the TBD folks about how those expenditures were put forward. We did the accounting. We turned that over to the folks up there for a conversation. And actually, my accounting person who's listening in on this call told me that there's a total of $635 that was spent so far this year on staffing. So we'll just follow up with Executive Sadhu's guidance and make sure we have that conversation with the folks in Point Roberts and that they're kosher with the expenditures.
Any other questions or discussion on the motion? Councilmember Byrd?
It'd be really nice if we could work this into our process moving forward and have maybe the PRAC advise us before, when the executive comes to the council and starts giving budget deadlines and the meetings and the process, maybe we incorporate them so that they can start figuring out what they want to use this fund for and have time to recommend to us what they'd like to use it for. So we're not sitting here trying to guess how the community wants to spend the money that they've set aside essentially. But yeah.
I hear you loud and clear, and I think we at Public Works would love to have some guidance from both the PRCAC and the council on how those monies ought to be lined out up there in Point Roberts. We'd like to see them get spent out on the ground. So we'll work with you on that for sure.
Thanks, John.
Anything else on this? Okay, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes. Can't hear you, Barry.
I know, I just got a note. Somebody sent me a note. Yeah, Todd?
So I wanted to ask Councilmember Ellenboss and Byrd. So you're opposed to the budget funding, or because I mean, voting against what is accomplished by voting against this? And you didn't say in the discussion of this why. So we could just not give them a budget. I mean, we want a better budget, which I think we're working within that discussion. But to vote against it, you're just saying we don't give them any money.
Do you really want an answer? You just try
Yeah,
to
I
make
mean, you represent, no, I mean, it's like when Tyler abstains all the times, it doesn't explain why, but the resolution or the ordinance, I mean, I think it was a really good discussion, and we were trying to figure out how to make it so we're not having the kind of administrative costs we have there. But
well, it sounded to me from what the gentleman said, and he's pretty in tune to what's going on up there in Point Roberts, that he didn't want this. He wanted it to go back to the PRCAC and come up with something better. So I voted no on it because that's
okay.
what
Well,
it
I
sounded
move
like.
that we just reconsider this question and have a vote where we are going to just not give them the money. Because I think that's what the vote was, right? It's a budget to give them the budget. So
I think my options was yes or no, and I chose
okay,
no.
well, I will support you in taking this out of the budget.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thanks, Barry. Councilmember Donovan, I'm not entirely sure what the goal is here, but the reason I voted no was because I don't feel comfortable approving this when the only person that shows up says, I'm not supportive of it, and we have no other information related to it. And what I was asking was, can we push this off and postpone it? I don't feel like I got an answer where that was a yes or a no. So at that point, I'm going to vote no because I don't know what the community wants. And so do they want to spend the money on something that they don't want? Or do they just want to save it for a future term and spend it later? Or do they want to come back with a supplemental budget and pick projects later on? So it's up to them. It's their dollar amounts. They're supposed to be advising us. Why would I want to make that decision without their input?
I'm willing to support you, is what I'm saying. So you've just found a $40,000 cut from the budget because this was resolved that the Point Roberts Transportation Benefit District would get this $40,000. So if we have two votes against that, that's $40,000 we can put somewhere else. So I would hope we can reconsider this, maybe another vote, and support your effort to not give them the money.
Executive Sadu.
I just wanted to point out that I respect Mr. Tom O'Brien, but there is one citizen. There's one citizen who came and said, and you have Mr. Hutchings, Mr. Karcher, myself, Schroeder, assuring that this is the next year's budget. It has nothing to do with the past. But that's what we were trying to assure all council members, that full accounting will be made, reports will be given, and this is a budget approval. And those people, they are very responsible people. You will approve a few millions dollars of budget for John Hutchings to go spend, but $40,000 is beyond comprehension that he will mess up with $40,000. I think that the point Mr. Donovan is making, that this is a budget approval, this is not expenses. And like I said, that we make the commitment that for future, we will do full accounting. And so we do for all the budgets we spend here. If one citizen comes, I'm not diminishing the citizens' argument. I respect that. But basing everything. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thanks. Take a breath. Okay. I'm getting frustrated with the framing of what I'm trying to communicate constantly in a way that's contrary to what I'm telling you. And I don't know how else to go about this other than to get like frustrated with this and try to repeat myself. This fund isn't about taking the money. I can't vote no on this and take it away from them and go spend it on something else. And that's not what I'm trying to do. This is a special fund. It can only be spent up there on very specific items. So if we vote no on this, it doesn't take away from them and go back into the general fund and go someplace else. What it does is it leaves it there until such time as we have more information. I'm voting based on the amount of information that I have today and what I believe is the right thing with that information. The information that I've been presented is my past experience on this topic with council or community members coming forward and discussing it, is the amount of money that we've spent on it in the past. It is my conversations with staff about what the history is of it, as well as the testimony of one individual. I don't feel comfortable voting yes to spend that money or budget it to be spent. I feel more comfortable saying no, go back and ask them and have them come back to us and tell us whether they want it, and then we can do a supplemental budget or something else. Hopefully I stated that clearly enough, but if I didn't, I'm more than happy to try to articulate more questions if there are specific questions about what I'm missing here.
Councilmember Donovan?
Yeah, I think actually Mr. Byrd stated that quite clearly. I might have misstated by saying it was a proposed budget cut. It's a proposal to not authorize the funds from that fund. So that is a legitimate correction.
Mr. Brown, did I see your hand? We ready to go to our next item? We have already approved this. Okay. It's 2020, AB 2020-493, which is a resolution adopting the 2021 budget for the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District and subzones. And this is the council acting as the Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. So do we have, is there anybody from Public Works that has any report for us before we have a hearing?
This is Director Hutchings. No report. However, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hold the hearing, and then as we go through the motion, we'll keep that in mind, John. Thanks for being here. Okay, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak, if you could please click on the hand icon to raise your hand virtually. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, we will close the public hearing and throw it back to council.
Move to approve.
Second.
Donovan moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, please call the roll. Oh, sorry, Ben. Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm flipping back and forth here. So this is the flood control zone budget, right? Okay, I guess just one general comment from being a kid growing up in the floodplains. I think what we have a managed river, right? Our river system is managed with levees and dikes, and we direct it. But it seems like the budget doesn't do a ton to manage the river. And so I think we could work towards managing our managed river a little bit more and direct some of this funding to different areas in the future. I don't have any amendments to make at the time, but that's something I would love to see. And I think a lot of the farmers that are farming the floodplain would love to see, and the residents who live along there would also like to see as well. And I think that there are solutions we could do that would both benefit the people that live there and farm there and make their living there and have for centuries, as well as help habitat restoration, water quality, and in-stream flows.
Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes. That passes 6-1. Next item is AB 2020-509, which is an ordinance authorizing the levy of taxes for county and state purposes in Whatcom County, Washington for the year 2021. Anybody from the administration or finance that wants to enlighten us at all, or should we go ahead with the hearing? We'll go ahead with the hearing. Yeah, Mr. Byrd.
Before we do, I'd like to get like real quick clarity. Maybe Schroeder can help out, or Brad. Last year we had a problem with this, or I guess, was it last year or the year before? Maybe it was the year before, the last budget round. If you all recall, there was 2 items. Todd, I think, might have got frustrated with this one, but is he right? Yeah. Okay. So one of them was approval of the budget. The other one was like approval of banking the unused reserve or tax increase. And we got them confused and did them backwards. And then it was too late because it ended up at a future council meeting. Anyway, can we get clarity on, because that's going to be the case here, right? So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and can I add to that, because this is going to be my question, there's what is legally required of us? I don't know if you should have the hearing first, but there's the upcoming AB 2025-11, and there's this one, both about the property tax. Are they both legally required that we do those?
So Brad Bennett, Administrative Services Finance. So this is divided into 2 ordinance. One ordinance levies the taxes, and it kind of has some language that levies taxes for everybody else too. And so the first ordinance, the one you're working on right now, is levying the taxes, and what we're shooting for is levying basically what we collected last year plus new construction. So, and that new construction includes stuff that our assessor values, as well as what the state values. The second ordinance is actually an ordinance limiting the collection of taxes. And that ordinance was prompted by, I think it was Initiative 747 that happened 10 years ago. And in that initiative, I think that they said that you had to say the dollar amount that you're going to levy and what percentage increase that was from the previous year. And by passing that ordinance, you basically bank the capacity, which is the lesser of 1% or the implicit price deflator. So that's what we're doing. In somewhat cumbersome, because we're 0 and 0, but that's the reason why we have those 2 ordinances. In some of the other ordinances, we're doing it in one shot, but the general fund levy ordinance is a little more complicated because it brings in a lot of other entities that the county has to levy taxes for.
Councilmember Donovan.
I didn't know if we should do the public hearing before I had more questions. So I don't know if I'm reversing direction here. So I don't want to continue this until we have the public hearing, if that's the way.
Let's just go ahead. Yeah, let's just go ahead and have the hearing, and then we'll come back to it. Yeah, Tyler.
All I wanted to make sure, Brad, you told us that what the 2 are, but just for clarity, this one is so that we know and the public knows what they're commenting on.
Yeah, this is the one authorizing the levy of taxes. So this is actually levying the taxes. The next one is just crossing our Ts and dotting our Is so that we bank the capacity for future periods if we need to use it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it.
Okay, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, council, what are your wishes?
Excuse me, Councilmember Buchanan. Sorry to interrupt. It looks like a hand just went up.
Oh, okay.
May I still call Paul Myers? Go ahead, Paul. Paul, if you'd like to speak at the public hearing for this item, please go ahead.
Need to do, okay.
I can hear you.
All right, yes. Mike, I have a question. I am here to speak regarding.
Paul, please state your name for the record for us.
Yes, my name is Paul Myers and I'm a county resident in the north part of the county. And my question is this the appropriate time to speak about the budget regarding the sheriff's department?
No, sir, that's coming up later.
Okay, that's what I was confused about. Thank you very much. I'll back off.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Has there been anyone else raise their hand, Kathy?
No, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I do know that the president of the Chuckanut Community Forest, Dr. Frank James, was planning on attending. I walked through with him the process to participate in this meeting, and I know he has concerns about the intent to modify the amount for the community forest.
I don't think that's this, is it?
Mr. Schroeder?
That's a different item, Councilmember Brown. We'll refer to that moving forward. It'll be after the hearings take place.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I gave him the wrong information. Sorry.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion. We've closed the public hearing.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Kathy moves and Carol seconds. Discussion. Yes, Mr. Ellenboss.
I'm going to speak in favor of levying taxes for flood control zone spending. However, going right along with what I said before about the budget, it feels to me, I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone that lives along the river who's happy with the way we manage the river system. So I hope that in the future, as the folks are taxed for it, that we can hear what they have to say and maybe adjust our approach.
And just to be clear, that's not what the item we're on. That was the last item we've already voted on.
Levying taxes for the flood control zone?
This is not for the flood control zone. I don't believe.
I think you voted against it. I know you voted against it.
I voted against the budget.
For the flood control zone, yes.
Yeah.
And this one is just general, this is general fund tax. Is that correct, Mr. Schroeder, or finance?
That's correct. This is the levying of the general fund.
I apologize. I thought we were talking about levying taxes for the flood control district.
We were and voted against it.
I voted against the budget, not levying the taxes. Sorry.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, Councilmember Donovan, I feel like you're ready to fight tonight. I'll go grab the boxing gloves.
Just trying to track the agenda, getting confused here because we're getting bounced around.
So, Barry, in your packet, what page are you looking at? Oh, no, you're muted.
Yeah, because I'm on registrar, so maybe that's part of the issue too.
Yeah, I have a script that I follow. I'm
want
in
a
a whole
script.
different world than you are.
Okay. I'm looking at 684 in the packet that I downloaded off the website. So ordinance authorizing the levy of taxes for county and state purposes in Whatcom County, Washington for the year 2021. In the ordinance, it references levying the taxes, but it actually doesn't give an amount of what will be levied. It refers to Exhibit A, and then it refers to further ordained Exhibit B. I don't have an Exhibit A.
And I got that as item 509 on Legislature.
That's what I got too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too.
Who's got a Exhibit A?
The exhibit, Brad Bennett from Administrative Services Finance. You know, one of the difficult things about this is that all the values haven't been established yet. So we really don't know what the levy is, because new construction would be levied at the current year, or I mean, it's basically the 2020 value times the 2020 levy rate would increase last year's levy. So, I mean, that's one of the awkward things about it, is we're describing the levy as basically last year's levy plus new construction. And that's what we want to levy, but we really don't have those numbers available to affix a dollar value to them yet.
For the record, Councilmember Alan Boss is holding up page 687, which says Exhibit A will be available after the first of the year 2021. I skipped that page because it looked like a cover page with nothing on it. But
and that we're waiting for state value to utilities.
That page is working pretty good to blank out Ben's whole face, though.
I don't know if it's a point of order question. So this does raise an important question, because I don't know what the document of record is, because I've moved to Legistar, and in the item we were talking about with the flood control zone district, like, it has revenues and expenditures, so it's not just the budget. But I think some of us are getting different exhibits and different agenda numbers, maybe based on whether we're using the packet or Legistar. And maybe this is a question for staff, like, we all got to be on the same page. Should we be downloading the old school packet, or should we be working on Legistar?
The documents in Legistar, unless you're looking at the packet, likely don't have page numbers on them. So
No.
Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but the packet that's uploaded to the file that says combined packet is exactly the same as what council members receive when they pick a packet up at the office.
So that should be our default for the meetings, not Legistar.
Well, that's up to you. I mean, if you're more comfortable in Legistar, the only thing that's going to be different between what you're looking at in Legistar and what's in the council packet is going to be if there were substitutes or additions.
Well, that's probably a discussion for another time, but I think that's part of what the crossfire is here sometimes.
Councilmember Kirschner.
I just want to say that for the first 6 months of this meeting online, I was using the council packet and running through 900 pages and trying to find out where I was. And then I learned about this Legistar, where each agenda item, you can click on it and there you are. And I have found that the most updated information is on Legistar. So I stay on Legistar, and that Exhibit A will be available after the first of the year 2021 is in Legistar on the third page of the actual ordinance that we're talking about right now. So it is all updated in there.
Any further discussion on the motion to approve? Mr. Byrd?
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if there's someone else there or jumping in. This is for you, Todd. I'm going to vote no on this one, only because I don't feel comfortable with the Exhibit A. We're approving something that we haven't seen that'll take place in the future, it's just, it's odd. And unless there's some sort of like provisions, I mean, I don't know what the checks and balances are on this I just can't, it's like the blank check thing earlier in the year, right? Like, I don't know how you get around it, but to approve something I haven't seen yet, I can't do that. So there's my reason. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, were you trying to jump in there?
Yeah, I just wanted to say well, first off, I'm sharing Mr. Ellenbass's challenge in just keeping track of this. But I think the bottom line is that the unknown aspect is the aspect of what the state of Washington is going to do in terms of the levy rates. I've heard nothing that they're going to depart materially from prior years. And Mr. Bennett may be able to enlighten us, but if I remember correctly, if we do not levy taxes, we have no revenue next year for anything. So if I remember a couple of years ago, we came to a very tense moment at the end of December when we were arguing about this. Mr. Bennett, could you just remind us what the consequences are if we don't pass this stuff?
Yeah, I mean the law is that you have to levy the taxes. Honestly, the date escapes me of when you have to do that. But it's one of those things that people have levied them late, but to do it by the book, I think we have to levy them before the end of the year. Do you remember? I don't remember.
I think it is before the end of the year, and it's certainly got to be. I know it has to be before the end of the year based on my recollection of previous conversations. And I think there's of course, the assessor's office is under pressure, obviously, to do the calculations in order to get the notices out. So, but I
will be the one limiting us. That language, that description of the last year's taxes plus new construction, that's actually very specific, and the assessor will limit us to those values.
Right.
Mr. Schroeder, did you have something? Mr. Ellenboss.
Hey, Brad. So what we're limited to is the rate, right? The rate per thousand.
So, all right. So they're okay. So you want me to hit property taxes really fast?
Well, I guess my point being here is that if you're limiting us to 2020 rate, which sounds status quo.
The levy is an amount, right?
Okay.
So we're limiting us to what we collected, the dollar amount we collected in taxes last year, plus our last year's levy rate times the amount of new construction stuff that was added for both state assessed utilities and what the county assessor. And then in addition to that, there's a refund levy. You can levy the refunds that were given last year, so we can collect those this year. So all those are amounts, and then you divide them by the 2020 assessed valuation to get your levy rate. And those levy rates are limited by the state, but we're way under the limits.
Okay, so yeah, that's kind of, so my question was sort of, everybody's getting their assessments now, and they're way more than they were last year, which were way more than they were the year before. And so would it be correct to say that their taxes may not be increased that much because the rate at which their tax per thousand may be lower than last year? It's just the proportional amount of the burden may be different.
Exactly. Your assessed valuation is the pie.
Right.
And how big your slice of that pie is how much taxes you pay, right? So
we're not gonna generate a whole bunch of new revenue based off these assessments. It just redistributed how that burden was shouldered. So if we're only searching for 2020's amount of money plus new construction, people's taxes might not go up as much as they're fearing they are when their assessments go up $300,000.
When their valuation goes up, yes, that's
Yeah.
true. It's not going to be. It's not proportional. It's not. The levy rate will go down as the overall assessed value goes up.
Okay.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I'll make my main point when we get to another item, but everybody's assessments are not going up. Some are going down. And that's independent of revenue we collect, as Brad said.
Okay, I'll put it this way. Everyone I've heard of has gone up. I have yet to hear of one who's gone down. So I would love to hear about people's who are going down. That would be great.
Mine did, but you're not going to hear about us complaining if it goes down.
Yours did.
Yeah, about $1,800.
Oh, awesome.
Mine went up. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, and I don't know if we've got the assessor with us, and this actually predates Ms. Zara anyway, but our property taxes went up because of the dispute with BP about the valuation of their property. And when that dispute was settled, so when BP said, you know, our facility is worth $500 million less than you say, we had to pick up the rest of us had to pick up the burden. And then when they lost that case and the amount was refunded, we got a credit back. So we had a year of higher taxes, and then we had a year of lower taxes, if I remember correctly. So if people's rates are going up this year, I believe they're just going back up to what they were. So I might be off a little bit with what I said, but I think I'm pretty right.
Mr. Donovan?
Property taxes went down when the state did the McCleary thing, and then they, particularly in some districts outside of the city, and they're going to readjust that. And that just gets my a lot of the, if not most of the property taxes that we're paying are other taxing jurisdictions, not the county.
And Mr. Donovan's comment is also correct, I believe. So.
Any further discussion on our motion? Mr. Ellenboss.
I don't have a problem with property taxes, charging for property taxes. I have the same concern with Councilmember Byrd of not having all the information when we pass this. And so Councilmember Donovan might get upset with me again. I'm still trying to decide how I'm going to vote on this. I have a real hard time of saying yes or no when I don't know what I'm saying yes or no to.
Anything more? Going once. Going to Mr. Brown and then Ms. Kirschner.
Ms. Kirschner is first.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Kirschner.
I just wanted to say that while we don't have Exhibit A, we do know that we have to levy taxes, and we are being assured here that the amount is going to be equal to last year's plus new construction. We also are going to have an opportunity to pass a budget further down in the public hearings tonight. And to me, that's where the rubber meets the road as far as what the county spends. So I'm okay passing this ordinance that just basically gives the administration the authority to levy taxes at this time, even though we don't know what that total number will be because we're still waiting on state information from the state.
Executive Sadu, did you have something?
I just wanted to say in simple terms, sales tax is the percent on the price, 8%, 6%, 9%. The property tax is is a total number of dollars we get. If the valuation goes different, that's what it is, the last year's valuation plus new construction. So if the valuation changes, the number of dollars stay the same.
Mr. Brown? You done?
Yep.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
I think Kathy talked me off the ledge. Yes.
Carl Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes, I'm off the ledge as well.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Is it like a swan dive or a cannonball? Okay. I'll abstain instead of voting no.
Oh, that's a face plant.
Oh,
No, just kidding.
Body, yeah.
Abstain. I got you. Okay, that passes 6-0 with one abstention. We will move on now to AB 2020-510, which is an ordinance authorizing the levy of taxes for countywide emergency medical purposes for 2021. So this is the EMS sales tax levy. So, Mike, did you want? I see you're here. Did you want to give us anything before we open the hearing? Apparently not. Okay. So we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
Two hands up, but
there are two hands up. I believe Paul Myers maybe wanted to speak on a different item. And then we have Frank James. Go ahead, Frank, if you'd like to speak on this item.
It's actually, so my name's Frank James. I'm a resident of the city of Bellingham and Whatcom County, and I'm the head of the Chuckanut Community Forest Park District. And I'm perplexed and puzzled in that I had thought there would be an opportunity to speak to the levy which we approved after a public hearing recently. And what I would like to know is when will we have an opportunity to speak and bring some clarity and I think important information. My understanding is that the council as a whole is making a decision. The committee apparently took testimony and is apparently offering some modification or changes to what was passed by the commissioners. But I don't see an opportunity when we can speak about that specifically. It is in the agenda after public comments are accepted. So I just wanted to be clear about when will we have the opportunity to speak to this issue? The levy for the community, park district.
I think that'd be open session because right now we're in a hearing for EMS, the EMS levy.
Okay, and are there documents to review that the committee reviewed and modified what's offered by the park district? Just in terms of process, it seems like you'd want to see them if you were going to comment what the committee is offering as an alternative to what was passed by the duly elected board commissioners. Is there a document somewhere like that? The only document I find is the one that we passed. And if that's not what's being considered by the council, I would prefer to know about that.
Mr. Donovan?
I very much support Mr. James's direction here, but I think we're kind of out of order in doing this.
Yeah, we kind of need to get this EMS thing done, and then we can figure that out, Frank.
But I think that is open session.
And for clarity, I'm not aware that the council has a document amending that at the moment. There's been a request to do so, but there is no document for it.
Yeah, so let's finish up this EMS thing before we try to go sideways into another subject. We'll be right. Are you want to speak to EMS, Steve?
Yeah, just Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. In your introductory statement, you said sales tax. This EMS levy is a property tax levy.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. That's the 29.5 cent property tax. Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Okay, so the public hearing is still open, actually. We have not closed it yet. So is there anyone else wishing to speak?
There is a hand raised by Paul Myers, but if I recall, he would like to speak on item 10. Or, I'm sorry, on the budget. Is that correct? I believe so.
That's my recollection of what he said. Okay, well, we'll close this public hearing. And what are the wishes of the council?
Move to approve.
Okay.
We have a motion by Donovan and a second by Frazee. Discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd
Donovan,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next up is AB 2020-511, ordinance limiting the general fund property tax levy. I think we got a pretty good explanation of that by Mr. Bennett. So we will go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And council, what would you like to do?
Move approval.
Second.
Brown moves, Kirschner seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Donovan.
Thank you. So this, actually, I want to back up. I appreciate Councilmember Byrd and Ellenboss being concerned about the other one having to take sort of a leap of faith on what future assessments might be. This one, and I know Brad calls it just dotting our I's and crossing our T's so we can keep bank capacity. I do this every 2 years, I guess, but I really think we need to be taking our bank capacity. And every year when we get to this point, it's like there's no good time to do it. This is particularly not a good time to do it. But I'm gonna vote against this again, just to not say I don't want to take the bank capacity, but say we should take our bank capacity. And I think in the last budget cycle, taking that 1%, which a lot of jurisdictions do, brings in about the amount of money that we added to the sheriff's budget. And instead of doing that, we're getting $100,000 off inmates' phone calls. We just approved a fee schedule that has $120 an hour for people that have to pay PDS for staff time, $800 for food permits. We have all sorts of building fees permits that we complain about. We have this permit system, this fee system, because we never realized the reality that we have a revenue issue here. We can draw down our reserves again. If you remember, for those council members who were here 2 years ago, the previous executive noted that we have a structural problem with our revenues, given that our healthcare costs, our personnel costs are going to outstrip our long-term revenue projections. So whether we're freezing positions or not, we're still kind of denying that reality. So, bank capacity is great. We're never going to use it, at least at the rate that this council's been going for decades. And in doing that, we're digging ourselves into a hole, and every budget cycle increasing our fiscal problems here. So nobody's going to come forward this time, as I haven't tried in the past, to take the 1% or even half of the percent. But the farther we kick this can, the more we're going to be digging into reserves, and the more we're going to be having to cut positions. So I urge you to consider, and the executive in particular, because this is not just on us, that having an executive coming forward saying that to be fiscally responsible, like a lot of jurisdictions in the state. We should, as permitted by Tim Hyman's initiatives, we should be responsible and taking this. So I'm going to vote against it because we're in denial.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Yeah, I think kind of contrary there to, believe it or not, I might be contrary to Mr. Donovan's point. I think there's things we can do within our budget to fund things like the sheriff's deputies or the corrections officers without raising our taxes. And I could point to a few things that I think we could do in order to balance a budget without having to take our bank capacity. So I support this.
Other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Byrd?
Brad, are you still there? Or maybe it's, well, hopefully you're the right person. If we didn't approve this, what happens?
If we don't approve this an ordinance, then your taxes, your bank capacity, which basically is computed about your highest allowable levy. So if we don't pass this, our highest allowable levy will not increase by the implicit price deflator.
Got it. Okay. No, yeah. The opportunity expires basically. You sold me at it expires. No. Todd, I hear you make the argument pretty often. I'd be willing to have that conversation with you, but it would have to be in line with actually considering some of the tax increases or decreases and cuts on things that we've talked about, and digging into things and looking at where we could do better and what we're actually getting as far as results go, and whether programs make sense or continue. I can't vote in favor of increasing our taxes when every time I bring up a cut, or every time I bring up the data behind a program and asking for more information, if it's constantly told to me like, hey, that program's great, we've been doing it for 30 years with the same group, we don't need to look at it, we don't need the data, there's no harm, no foul there, just keep investing in it. As long as we're going to continue to do and spend money without ever going back and reassessing whether we're achieving the goals that we were set out to achieve with that project and that funding, or whether it's having any impact whatsoever, but even possibly a negative impact, I can't approve more funds. That's just me. But again, if you want to actually have the conversation about this, I'll be there, but you split the difference with me and dig into the data, and then actually let's go find some other sources that we can save money. A good example of that was the green paper. It might have been, obviously he's out there killing it for the rest of us with his packet there. But I mean, that's a simple thing we could be saving money on, right? Carol, I saw. But another one is what came up with the Point Roberts thing earlier, right? I mean, if we're charging back to the community because we're sending people out in person to meet with them when we could be doing Zoom calls, that's a huge savings in time and resources. We could be looking at that instead of and finding some of that revenue that you need, or splitting the difference. So when you're ready to get there, let me know, because I'm happy to have that conversation.
Councilmember Donovan.
Two things in terms of what Mr. Bennett said about whether we do or not pass this. And I think I said this 2 years ago. This ordinance doesn't include anything, whereas the RCWs say if we don't do this, we are, in some position of losing our bank capacity. So when I hear we're being extra careful by passing this, I don't think we lose our bank capacity if we don't pass this. But I could be wrong on that. But as for people saying that they have cuts to propose, the only substantive cuts that were proposed in this budget were to the EMS call dispatch system, which aren't cuts we can realize anytime soon. Yeah, paper, reducing paper. There weren't cuts proposed by any members of council with any specific dollar amounts that would offset the increases in the budget that council has added to the budget. And in previous years, you know, somebody would say, we'll cut the parks department. And you know, I don't want to cut the parks department. So, you know, I appreciate, you know, cost savings, efficiencies and all this stuff, but no one comes with concrete proposals to save revenues that have a majority of support on this council. And we have few, if any, opportunities to actually talk about increasing revenues that have a majority support on this council. So we're going to continue to go in this direction where we add expenses, we don't seek new revenues, we don't make cuts. And we should look back to the previous executive's budget statement about the structural problems that we have in terms of revenues and expenditures that we are not addressing. So I want programs to continue. I want to make a statement that we need to be responsible and talk about taking bank capacity. We could take a whole bunch of bank capacity without a public vote, but we're not even talking about taking like a tiny bit. So just trying to drive that conversation not towards cuts, but actually towards revenues.
Any further discussion on the motion? Mr. Brown.
Yeah, Mr. Donovan, we've had this discussion a couple of times over the years, and I'm not opposed to increasing the levy, but I'm opposed to doing it unless it's dedicated to a specific purpose for which the community has identified we need to fund. I'm reluctant to impose it and say to the community, let us raise your taxes, trust us, we'll spend it. I want to know what it's going to go on. Part of the other thing is that we have, Ms. Zah was kind enough to provide some numbers today. We have 3.6 million of bank capacity per annum. That translates to about $34 per household. So if we put it, we're actually, you know, we're raising everybody's taxes by $34. And I'll be frank, neither you or I will probably really notice the difference, but someone who's living on the edge will notice the difference. And so I don't want to impose that additional burden, particularly under the current environment. And the final thing I'll say is that taxing capacity can translate into bond capacity. We could probably, you know, in rough numbers, you could probably multiply that number by 20, and that's the size of the bond that you could support. I might be a little bit off my numbers. So we might be able to fund something that we really need, that say costs $60 million, and we need that unallocated capacity to dedicate towards it in order to fund that, to borrow the money and pay it off.
Mr. Donovan?
I would suggest that we're hearing loud and clear from the public about what new revenues could go towards, and that is law enforcement. And this council has voted to add $343,500 or so for unfreezing positions in law enforcement. So I think you could make the message that we've been asked what to spend the money on, and we can find funds to spend the money on. And I think I pointed this out 2 years ago and 2 years before that.
Executive Sadhu.
Yes, I would like to share my experience being an executive for a year. And of course, it was very unusual year. And we didn't run with the regular budget. We had COVID, we had money coming in, grants and things. And I did not have a lot of time to learn about the intricate details of different programs and departments. But this is something I have shared with my team. This is what this is the 30,000-foot view. I think this system of funding local governments, who are the actual service providers. If you look at any community, people come to their city or come to their council because we are responsible for schools, we are responsible for housing, we are responsible for law and order, we are responsible for medical, we are responsible for a lot of things. Services are delivered through your local government. This model of property tax and sales tax was designed in early 1920s. At that time, we were a agrarian society. the income differences in the society was very little, or percentage-wise, or the widespread. The largest segment of population were, you can call it middle class or lower middle class, and everybody owned a home or land, and everybody went to market to buy their stuff. There were no huge savings banks and things. They were only to do your life savings and things. But the economic model has completely upside down. A person can sit on a computer in a car and can make millions of dollars. He has no property. He doesn't buy anything, just other things. I'm just giving you an extreme example just to bring a point. But that person is not paying that into, but they enjoy all the benefits of the local government. And the pressure has been that when we send the money to federal government, they take it out of your paycheck. We don't even notice that. And here, to the county government, you actually have to write a check. You pay your sales tax when you buy something, and when you write a check for your property tax, or when you go get your license plates, or when you go get your permit at the counter, or you go for another things. And those are very visible, and that's where our voters tell us, you are going to increase taxes on us? And rightly so, because they can see you, they can touch you, they can feel you, they can come to the meeting. The federal government was just at the time of first Clinton, that Bill Clinton was $1 trillion. It's reaching $6 trillion in 20 years. And the funding to the state and local governments is even more decreased. We don't look at that. I just wanted to make a point that when we struggle with our constituents, that do I look good or do I look bad increasing taxes? Of course we look bad. We don't want to pay tax because you write a check. But where our income, the people who are paying, we are paying in general taxes, in a person's annual tax bill of all kinds of things. The minuscule tax is the local government. And that is getting squeezed from all sides. This model has to change. This model of just having sales tax and property tax to run your local government and provide all these services, and unmandated, unfunded mandates for like homeless, for poverty, for other little things. These are like food stamps. They can easily cut food stamps, but who bears that burden is you and me at the food bank, at the charity. So I think that this is something in discussion above our pay grade, but that is the real structural problem. With and we, like, if you look at inflation over the last 10 years, if we haven't increased our taxes, we look good to our electorate that I will go into the government and I will not increase your taxes. That's a good thing. I don't like taxes either. But the pressure, the cost of doing the business, the wages, everything pressure is on the local governments. And I don't know how to relieve it. And this model is gonna capitulate maybe another 10 years. Our healthcare costs, we have just saved $1 million a year, a little over $1 million a year. But this is gonna get eaten up. 5 years, it'll get eaten up again. This is not something where we saved $1 million and then we can sit on it. Okay, we can enjoy that savings. It's just extending that deadline which we were getting against another 5 years. So I just wanted to share that my observation of local government and the services we provide, at least I've been able to expose to all the services we are providing. I have not had a chance to look at the funding part of that, but I think it's very hard to come and say, eliminate this, eliminate this, eliminate this, then we will look good. That is the side of the expense side. The revenue side, we all know.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, the other thing I'll say is that we are entering into a very difficult period. I sort of inherently like the fact that we've all tightened our belts as a county as we think is appropriate for the community, and to have that 3.6 million up our sleeve if things really get dire and we're faced with some incredibly difficult decisions, then to have that as an option, I think it's sort of like a rainy day fund we don't tap into unless we really have to.
Councilmember Byrd, did I see your hand up?
Yeah. So I don't want to. Okay. I want to address what Councilmember Donovan had said, that no one's actually brought anything to the council as far as cuts go or ideas go. Todd, I don't feel like that's an accurate statement on your part. It might be accurate to say that the things that come forward don't have the finite details associated with them, but I think it's inaccurate to state that things have nothing of merit has come forward. And so for the record, I mean, here's a couple of the things that I brought forward so far this year with the help of some other council members, or that other council members have brought forward as well. So combining the 911 centers, basic math there seems like we might be able to save $1 million a year or more. We don't know because we haven't actually been able to dive in and get all of the financial details on that, but wanting to look at it is a reasonable expectation, and it could save us a substantial amount of money every year. Donating computers to the community versus paying to have a company pick them up and dispose of them. Is it a huge savings? Nope, it's not. But if I spend $3 on a cup of coffee in a day, that's not a huge savings either, right? Or a loss. But if I do it every single day for the year, then it adds up. So you have small projects and you have big projects. Reducing the paper usage. I was able to pull the best numbers I possibly could, which are not necessarily even remotely close. And if we could reduce that by 80% like we put forward, that could easily save us $700,000 a year based on the limited data and finances that I was able to put and pull together. If we look at combining parks like you brought up, the council member, that's been something that has been discussed for years and years. And it absolutely could save us millions of dollars in middle management and other expenses. It's not eliminating parks, it's combining it into another synergistic department. But you'll never know whether it works or not, because every time we bring it up, it gets shot down and we never take the time to investigate, and it's never allowed to move forward. We discussed the motor vehicle pool, or the vehicle motor pool. Again, case study on that says another county saved $800,000 by implementing that project. We looked at tiny homes and looking at purchasing tiny homes. Instead of purchasing $1,600 beds for the homeless, we're spending $1,000 per night on average for hotel rooms. Or we could also eliminate the $100,000 we're paying to the social media marketing and outreach position. That is brand new this year and is far newer than the 4 officer positions that have been in existence that you were talking about us adding back in. We're not adding those back in. They've been there. They've been around longer than the social media marketing position. They're the equivalent. One position is almost the equivalent of the social media marketer. And so to eliminate the officer positions and keep that doesn't make sense to me. But that's also another conversation you weren't willing to have. So again, I'll extend the offer out. I genuinely would like to have these conversations because I do believe there's a lot of opportunities for us to save money. Executive Sudu said that in our last meeting multiple times. He stated, we could save $500,000 here, we could save $500,000 there. Saving money is not the problem. I can send you the clip if you'd like. But we can't do it unless you're willing to have the conversation. You know, we don't have time or the level or access to the data to do it on our own, but we can start it, but we have to have 4 of us willing to do it. So when you're willing to have that conversation, I'd love to have it.
Councilmember Donovan?
Okay, so we would have more time. These proposals were brought in concrete form. I didn't say that the ideas didn't have merit. I said that there was nothing brought in this budget cycle that was going to realize cost reductions. I also said I don't want to get rid of the Parks Department. If you can just pull something out of there that says that's going to save millions of dollars in a speech, that's great. But I think if you come weeks or months before saying, here's the millions of dollars, here's the FTE we are going to cut, we can have that serious conversation. We're not doing that. Or with the EMS thing, we have this discussion, and I'm supportive of this discussion, but it's not something that we're going to realize in this budget cycle. We haven't talked about what FTEs we're going to cut in this budget. I'm not saying it's not without merit and it's not worth discussing. So I'm being realistic here. Like, these are things, but we're talking about cutting positions. The one you mentioned that's completely fair, I think, that a majority didn't support, was cutting that 1 new FTE in the executive's office. I think there was a majority support for that. That was a concrete proposal. Those are the sort of concrete proposals that we can do in a budget cycle, in the real time of a budget cycle. Estimating, what we're going to save on paper, that's great, but that's not a proposal that's in the budget cycle. So I appreciate the effort that Mr. Byrd puts into this stuff, but it's absent, and even the parks thing, that was not proposed this time. So the EMS, the call center thing, was proposed, but nobody came forward with, here are the positions we'll eliminate in this budget cycle to save money. And yet we keep unfreezing positions or adding new positions in previous budget cycles and not talking about revenues. So I appreciate Mr. Byrd's enthusiasm with trying to save money and find efficiencies, but we're at the end of the day, we're talking about cutting FTE. And until we have concrete proposals on the table to cut FTE, and I think these things are not exclusive. We need to maybe do that, but we also still have a structural problem with increased healthcare costs and revenues that are not doing anything like many governments in our position are doing. So, and I appreciate Mr. Zadoo's statement, that's a big picture thing. We're screwed because we rely on property tax revenues, but either way, we're screwed. That's kind of our thing. So I'll stop. I just want to get that out there. And Tyler, I really actually, I do appreciate the work doing on this stuff, and I don't mean to trivialize it or say that it's not with merit. I do believe it is. But I don't think those are things that were executable, in this budget cycle.
Executive Sadhu, then Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, very quickly, Mr. Byrd, I want to correct you on 2 things. One, you have brought it several times. We are paying $1,000 a night. That is not money coming from our budget. That's not money coming. This is not, we are doing it for fun. This is something was a requirement to get to stage 2 or phase 2 or phase 3. And money was provided by the government for that particular purpose. And so because it insinuates to public who's listening that somewhere we are paying $1,000 a night from our tax dollars. It's not correct. And same thing is with the social marketing. There is no department of social marketing. This was also done from the health department, and it was proposed by several other counties, and they have shown success with that. And that was for a particular purpose. So when you mix everything together, the conversation just doesn't stop making sense.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, listen, my understanding is our financial position, based on going through the budget process, but also based on a couple other things I'll share, is actually better than we would have expected. And this community, the council, the executive, the staff, the Port of Bellingham, volunteers that I've worked with, volunteers others have worked with, have all been incredibly aggressive at making sure that we've found a way to spend the CARES dollars, which has defrayed a lot of our costs. And in the conversation, the presentation with the Office of Financial Management in the state, the best that I can tell, we're going to prove to be one of the very few counties that has come close to spending everything that's been allocated. And a lot of counties, as of last week, hadn't even put a single bill in. So, and the problem is they'll have to pick up the expenses of COVID within the normal budget process, and it's going to kill them. But that's not us. We've done a very good job. I think Mr. Schroeder, and I just sent both Mr. Bennett and Mr. Schroeder an email, and Mr. Schroeder has responded, as he usually does, very promptly. But my understanding is that our ending fund balances are actually be quite within normal parameters. Is that correct, Mr. Schroeder? I haven't actually read this yet.
Yeah, that's accurate. If you remember the end of the second quarter, which was about September, we were anticipating about 17.6 million ending fund balance. To your point of utilizing CARES Act dollars and being able to reimburse eligible general fund expenses, that could look more like $20 million at the end of the year. But we're still looking through all of those projections.
And that's higher than any year I've been on the council. So, bravo, guys. I think everybody's done a good job. Now, that's this year. We'll see what happens next year, but that's this year.
Mr. Sadhu.
I just wanted to, something that came to my mind, I just want to share. In September, October, when Port of Bellingham said they will do ferry, they wanted to spend their money from their general fund to do the ferry. Immediately, 2 weeks after that, I had a discussion with their executive director. I said, we can do it a different way. That we saved $283,000, which will come to our general fund or EDI fund at the end of the year. So we said, what we will do, we will pay all the wages for the book commander, the Scott McCreary. We will pay for all the ferry costs from the CARES Act funds, but we will not pay for the annual $200,000 we pay for ADO, because we can do a trade-off, because we have the funding from the CARES Act. They didn't, so we could do that. But he said, I have even a better deal for you. So he said, I will save you $283,000. And in October, we signed an agreement. So this didn't even come to, when I say that there are a lot of opportunities come through our things, and we have been very alert. Every little thing we've wanted. So suddenly, in 2 weeks, we were able to save $283,000, which will come to our EDI. It comes to our treasury, which is from the CARES Act dollars. Just one simple example.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, and just for the clarification, Mr. Sidhu, I believe you're talking about the emergency ferry between Blaine and Point Roberts. Is that correct? Yeah, the one we had to put in because there was no way for people from Point Roberts to get through the Canadian border. So.
Any other questions, comments, discussion on the motion? Okay, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee?
No.
Kathy Kirschner?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, are we voting on a motion that Councilmember Donovan made, or the main motion?
Main motion to approve the ordinance limiting.
Okay, yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
No.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes 4-3. So next is AB 2020-512, ordinance authorizing the levy of taxes for county conservation futures purposes for 2021. Let's just go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
There are no hands raised for this item.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Council, what are your wishes?
Move to approve. I move to approve.
I'll second. Frazee seconds. Okay. Discussion. Councilmember Kirchner.
This may not be the time to ask this question, but is the Conservation Futures Fund, how much money is in the fund balance on that?
If Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive, if Councilmember Kirchner, you can ask one more question and then I'll be able to answer your question there. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
It's a pretty balance.
And maybe the other question I had on this was, can any of the funds in this account be used for any other, maybe moved to another fund? I just can't remember. No, they have to be.
Yeah, so Conservation Futures is set up specifically for the purpose of laid out in the RCW. We use it for, we've used it in the past for park purchases, for purchase of development right purchases. We do use some of it for parks maintenance and operation expenditures as allowed by the law. At the end of the ending fund balance as we moved forward into 2021 is projected to be $5.4 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tyler.
Councilmember Ellenboss.
Could we use funds from this to help quantify our aquifer or do things like nail down some minimum in-stream flow science for any type of negotiations we may have in the future?
I could look further into the RCW, but I don't believe we've used it for that purpose in the past.
Right, but can we?
Yeah, I don't believe it can for the, but I could look at the RCW.
Councilmember Donovan.
I'm not proposing this right now, but kind of following on that, can we use these funds to purchase land in the Lake Whatcom watershed for preservation of water quality? That seems to be more in line with what the funds are there for, and it has a really big balance.
So the answer is yes to that question, Councilmember Donovan. It can be used for conservation purchases. It was utilized, a portion of it during the whole reconveyance discussion. And we have had a couple of purchase of development rights in that location.
Mr. Ellenboss.
I guess my thought process being is if we had a better understanding of our water resources, that would help us manage the river in a way that may help benefit things like harvestable salmon populations. So along that train of thought of Councilmember Donovan's, could we use this money to purchase property that would maybe facilitate a reservoir that could augment stream flows at low times of the season?
I think we should have a hearing about this because there's some good ideas.
If council has a hearing, go ahead and hold the hearing and we'll get you some answers.
All right, if we only had a natural resources committee that could talk about this.
Or council could just recommend that the committee discuss this into the future, and we'd be happy to be prepared to get you the information.
The hearing is already over, so.
Bummer.
I meant another hearing and a different day.
So I just was kind of wanting to circle back to Councilmember Kirshner's first question is what's the balance of the fund? I'm kind of curious.
Tyler said like 5.7 million.
Yeah, Indian fund balance is 5.4 million.
So sorry, I must have missed that. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, we collect about 3.5. Is that on average? Is about right?
Collect about $1 million.
$1 million, okay.
Yep.
So, and is it RCW 8434240?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the opening line of this, conservation futures are a useful tool for counties to preserve lands of public interest for future generations. Counties are encouraged to use some conservation futures as one tool for salmon preservation purposes, which I think would tie into the point of in-stream flows and so forth.
Any further discussion on the motion? Please call the roll.
Kathy Kirshner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next is AB 2020-513, ordinance authorizing the levy of taxes for road purposes for 2021. John Hutchings, did you have anything for us at all?
I do not have any particular comments, although I will be available once again to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and say that again, John.
I said, thanks for waking me up. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
There is one hand raised for Josh.
Josh, go ahead. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name's Joshua Levinson. I want to talk a little bit about this one. It was hard in the notes and in the meeting details in the agenda to see like a full outline of all the details in this agenda item and like where those levy costs are going to go in roads. So I agree a little bit with some of the comments made earlier. That would be nice to like fully outline how those costs are going to be spent. Ideally, I would be calling for at least some small fraction of those costs to be dedicated and like promised towards bicycle lanes and greenways and other alternative transportation and increase that more. I appreciate that Bellingham City had a county ordinance to designate some of the money, but I wish they would at least say how much and make a commitment to making a significant contribution to those things that are so critical. And in addition to that, I wanted to go back to meeting agenda item 8, which was like the limiting of the council budget. And it seems incredibly sad and short-sighted to kind of stay as a stick in the mud and say, for the next year, we're not going to anticipate increasing the budget at all. When right now, Whatcom County has 15% of our population living below the poverty line. And it's safe to assume that we're going to like far exceed that in the next 3 months even. We're going to be seeing so much more financial hardship and so many more challenges that it's unbelievable that we wouldn't do more to anticipate and prepare for being able to give more support and just completely relying on a state or federal government that's going to do everything we need and not prepare to do something ourselves. And understanding that the argument from some of the people on the council is that if we make this increase in property taxes, that's going to cause more people to get into poverty, when the overwhelming majority of people are not going to be going into poverty, especially those larger property owners. And I wish there was some way to make this a progressive property tax that would allow for more people to be able to pay potentially a slightly higher rate, half a percentage point more when they have a more expensive property. And for other people with like a minimal $150,000, $250,000 home to pay a slightly smaller property tax rate. And I think that could effectively be achieved by doing a tax rebate that's just a flat tax rebate in addition to a 0.5% tax increase, which would mean that those people with a property value much less would actually potentially be paying less in property taxes as a percentage rate. And those people who have like a $2 million property would be paying 0.5 percentage point more, which those people could afford in this most urgent and dire situation that we find ourselves in. So yeah, I hope that more consideration goes in and more vision and more anticipation into planning and preparing for these things. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh. Is there anyone else signed up to speak?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. We will close the public hearing and council would entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Second. Kathy had it.
Frazee moved.
I'll second.
And Kirschner seconded. Go ahead, Councilmember Kirschner.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I see $806,530 from the road fund moved into the general fund. And I missed that in our budget discussions. Is that something from previous years that's carried over, or is this a new transfer?
I can answer that, Councilmember Kirschner. So that amount is the same amount that was carried over in the last biennium. I believe it was going into that last biennium. There was a slight increase in the amount. That is the only legal purpose for which road fund money can be diverted for the general fund. That is for traffic policing.
Okay. So that's kind of a standard thing we're doing, and that's what that's for. Okay. I remember that discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Other discussion? Please call the roll.
Brad Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Okay, here we go with another flood control. This is AB 2020-514, resolution authorizing the levy of taxes for the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District for 2021. And this is again Whatcom County Council acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. Is there anybody from staff to Councilmember Ellenboss?
My comments I made earlier about this, ditto. I voted no on the budget. Now we're going to levy the taxes.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve.
I'll move approval. Or second.
I don't know how to call that one. I'm going to go Donovan moves and Kirschner seconds.
There you go.
Okay, discussion. Okay, let's call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Item number 12 is AB 2020-504, ordinance in the matter of the adoption of the final budget of Whatcom County for the biennium 2021 through 2022. So this is where you folks that wanted to talk about budget and law enforcement and such, this is the item for you. We will go ahead and open the public hearing.
The first speaker is Paul Myers, followed by Kendra Cook. Actually, Paul just took his hand down, so we'll go to Kendra Cook. Go ahead, Kendra.
Hi, I'm Kendra Cook. So first of all, thank you for your support for law enforcement. I request an increase in deputies' wages when fiscally feasible after COVID, and an increase in additional funding for deputy safety, training, and technology for the Whatcom County Sheriff's Department. And here's why. In 2017, I attended the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office awards ceremony. As Sheriff Alpha listed the reasons the deputies were receiving each award, I realized the same stories in the media heavily focused on the criminals, briefly on the victim, and mostly omitted the work of the deputies, resulting in the public being uninformed of the actual police work involved. One story you may recall, on Father's Day 2013, across the river from a family's home, 5 men were target shooting. When the shooting paused, a female and her boyfriend shouted across the river for the shooters to cease fire due to the bullets being so close. The shooting resumed. The female's father called 911 twice. The first time, the dispatcher urged everyone to get inside the house while the deputies were on their way. His second call to 911 stated his daughter had been shot. Her father gave her CPR, but she died at the hospital. Deputy Struble was one of the many deputies to arrive at that scene. Excuse me. Can I continue later? Okay. Deputy Struble received an award for his involvement, calculated the location from which the bullets had been fired, found and confronted the 5 suspects, prevented further shooting and saving potential lives. The Washington State Crime Lab matched the fatal bullet to the firearm of the AK-47, proving the bullet had not ricocheted from any target. It was a direct hit that killed the victim. The investigation continued to determine who fired the fatal shot. Suspect Nicholas Zelstra received the maximum sentence, allowing for a second-degree manslaughter. The same deputy has also received a Bureau Chief's Commendation Certificate for his canine tracking and his assistance in the apprehension of dangerous fugitives, homicide suspects, and several more awards for performing his duties in an unusual, effective manner. His one example is of many excellent deputies who represent the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office. We residents are very lucky to have the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office to assist our community safety. They make critical thinking and split decisions that media will criticize, social media will debate, and lawmakers will fight for years. Law enforcement know this will happen, yet they continue to uphold their oath, risk their lives, and protect civilians they do not know. Your continuous support for Whatcom County Sheriff's Department is continued to be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra.
The next speaker is Sally Mickley. Go ahead, Sally.
Okay, thank you. I'm a 40-year Whatcom County resident. I decided to look up a few facts about defunding police. In one study reported in the Wall Street Journal, it showed that there has been with defunding, there's a 24% increase in murder rate in the largest cities. This is certainly true in New York, where they defunded. It's true in Minneapolis, where they defunded. In Seattle, where they're getting ready to, and they have a low rate of felony arrests. Murder is up by 60% in 2020. Of course, statistics can be complex things. We've got COVID thrown in for good measure. But what we do know is that there isn't any long-term studies showing that defunding lowers crime. And so there isn't any precedent for that. Like any research, for instance, I'm in healthcare, and longitudinal studies carry a lot of weight. Now, those who call for defunding are looking for more housing for the homeless, more counselors, more drug rehab. Of course, these are good ideas. However, it takes money to do that. And when people don't feel safe in a community, when they don't feel like their businesses are protected, they leave, thus eroding the tax base and dollars that could be used for programs that people calling for defunding would like to see. We have a well-run sheriff's office. It's my understanding that there are dozens and dozens of applicants for every open position, so they can afford to be choosy. And there's a stringent process that applicants must go through in order to be hired. I think we've got it really good here in Whatcom County. And if I understand correctly, there are 4 positions that you're considering reinstating. I would urge you to do that. And not only that, to give a big vote of commendation to our sheriff's office and to Bill Elfo. We are really blessed to live in this community with such a fine department. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers?
Yes, the next speaker is Tom O'Brien. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Council. I recently had the pleasure of speaking with Sheriff Alfo regarding the near miss on perhaps Point Roberts perhaps suffering the loss of one of our 2 deputies, and I was very happy to see that that in a 4-3 vote that was able to be remedied, and that's not going to be the case. And he and I had an opportunity to discuss some of the causal connections with regards to the need for a deputy in a location, or the need for more deputies on the sheriff's roster, and how in this particular economic scenario that we're all suffering in small towns such as Point Roberts, we don't have enough data. We experienced that with the Border Policy Research Institute, the Port of Bellingham Regional Economic Partnership, when we published our 2020 Comprehensive Economic and Governance Report. When the economy is in such a fragile state as it is in Point Roberts, there really truly is a need for a presence, because we're beginning to see things that we didn't see before. There are cracks forming, and residents in Point Roberts who are suffering plights that they never considered possible. And I wanted to reiterate what some of the earlier speakers said. I found Sheriff Alfo to be a hugely responsive, very attentive sheriff. And the same goes for the 2 deputies who serve Point Roberts. I've had the good pleasure of interacting with them on a regular basis. When we first got our business reentry certificate as an essential service, we started growing food in our 3 greenhouses. And I made sure that we got both deputies food at least once a week for about a 3-month stretch. And we're still doing it as we have it available. And those 2 gentlemen are exceptionally important to this community. And I would hope that that's remembered in the future crunch times for consideration of where to swap and switch a presence. I could not give them a better grade on their job here. That what they do here is exceptional. Thank you.
The next speaker is Josh. Go ahead, Josh. Please state your name for the record.
Okay, my name's Josh. I hope I can just go with my first name because I don't know if I want extra targeting potentially by police. The idea that we want the best police on our system is 100% true. We definitely do. I think we're probably not seeing, because I know a lot of people who were interested in applying for the police force, and a lot of those best people we're not seeing apply right now because there are so many things in our system that are currently broken, and the way that policing is being done is so broken. So yes, I would 100% call for the county to essentially make part of the police funds in a completely different part that is not overseen by the sheriff, that is overseeing the police force, and also providing these essential resources like mental health services and responding to these calls with better services. Like I appreciate the fact that at least some people acknowledge that those points and those steps make a lot of sense. If there's a homeless person who's experiencing a psychiatric break and they need help, having someone who's been trained in militaristic detention style intimidation tactics is not going to necessarily be the best way of approaching these people. The fact that in our prisons and our jails in Whatcom County, the people are not using masks and not using basic PPE is insane. And I can't believe that we have a sheriff that's supporting Whatcom County and Bellingham and having prisons that don't have officers using masks or basic preventative care around their prison inmates. Because I know people coming out of prison, when they know the system is designed not to care about them, are going to feel a lot differently, especially when Black people have been disproportionately affected by things like coronavirus and not have those kind of measures there. And so that's why we so desperately need another organization of oversight to come in and look at what our police force is doing. Because yeah, there's sometimes when they're really needed, and we should have a lot of officers who are ready and on call and ready to respond. And we have them, more people who are working part-time, 20 hours a week. And then also that they're ready to be on call when there are these really urgent emergencies that they're desperately needed for. But when you have officers sitting around running their SUVs for 1 or 2 hours, just sitting in one spot, not responding to anything, like chasing me around on a bicycle because they decide that my 30-year-old bicycle that my mom bought from Shuckson Middle School is probably another brand new stolen one because they allegedly have no idea what they're looking for. Yeah, like running super long distances to do very, very little. Yeah, some of our officers are disproportionately targeting people of color at 10 times the rate for just basic traffic stops with no excuse. So yeah, we need somebody to look at what these officers are doing. And some are great. Thank you. Bye.
The next speaker is, I'll try to pronounce this name correctly. My apologies if I don't. It's Roberta Hawkrider. Go ahead, Roberta.
Thank you very much for allowing, can you hear me? Yes, to speak. And I want to thank you all for all the service that you do to our community. And I want to thank you very much for your support for our law enforcement in Whatcom County. I am a very active member of the CERT program, which is emergency management, which is one of the things that the Whatcom County Sheriff Department does. And I've had lots of encounters with Sheriff Bill Elfo and the other deputies in that department. And I am very impressed with all the work that they do. They're very professional. They're patient beyond all, they're as patient as saints. And I thank you for supporting them. I am very upset by the anti-police things that I'm hearing, and I wanted to make sure I could come in here and be a person to speak out in favor of funding the police with as much as they need to do their job. I feel much safer here with them in that job. Thank you. And you did pronounce my name correct.
The next speaker is Kai. Please state your full name for the record. Go ahead, Kai.
Hi, my name is Kaineri Rappaport, and I'm a resident occupying Lummi, Nooksack, and Coast Salish land. I want to say Happy Native American Heritage Month. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I speak tonight as a community college nursing student, a nursing home healthcare worker, a congregational worker, a voter, and a community member, and as a formerly homeless individual, and as someone who has never felt safe with the police, and that accounts for the sheriff as well. I speak with privilege tonight as a white passing individual. This is despite my Chinese heritage that in 1882 would not have allowed my ancestors to move here due to the Chinese Exclusion Act. In 85, they would have been expelled in Bellingham due to the call for an exit of Mongolian serfs and coolies and a speech by the mayor. I speak tonight sending solidarities with my brother and sisters and chosen family of this town, many of whom will be speaking tonight, who are renters, people of color, and houseless. This progressive place, the same place that in 1907 had South Asians expelled, in 20 saw the rise of KKK. The 50s police carried sundowning, driving blacks to the outskirts of the city, to the 2018 immigrant detentions, to 2020 white supremacists macing protesters, attempting to drive into them and posting flyers of the swastika around the county. I share my heritage and solidarity opposed to the trajectory of the major racist current that have built this county, including our sheriffs. And from the evidence of the Byrd report, we know that our jails indiscriminately have our people of colors. And I would like to ask our council members tonight, do you support funding the people? I'm speaking in support of defunding the sheriff in his budget cycle by 50% and reallocating towards housing and services that really truly serve us. Defund the sheriffs because the majority of crime include drug charges and other issues caused by issues of poverty. Defund the sheriffs because we do not need officers committing misconduct, including working together with the Border Patrol to deport people. Defund the sheriffs because we don't need enforcers of sweeps, which are inhumane. Defund the sheriffs because there's so many things more, and they don't use masks. We need to support the health department. There's a backlog, there's a demand for testing, and it's being moved to Linden. We do not need a new jail. Bill Ofo supports a new jail. None of the voters here support that. Fund the people because we need a community-run mental health program handling mental health 911 calls. Fund the people because since November 11th, there have been people camping out at City Hall and they deserve better. Fund the people because there's a cooperative forming there at the camp, at the 210 camp that our county can support. Fund the people because we can end homelessness and bring shelters to them. Do you support funding the people or do you support defunding the people and funding the sheriff? I look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Frank James. Go ahead, Frank. The next speaker is Frank James, followed by Marcus D. Frank, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. I intended to speak in the public part of the hearing, from public comment rather than on a specific thing. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Marcus D., go ahead.
Hi, this is Marcus D. I'm speaking to you about the budget here, and pardon me. I want to speak very clearly about the need for shelters for our homeless citizens. We're looking at about 100 people on the City Hall lawn right now. Of course, there's more people in the woods. As we consider the purchase of pallet shelters or like homes, tiny homes, something that the county can own and have in their coffers, in your arsenal of things that you can use to combat homelessness in your community. I think it's very important that you re-examine, as you look at this as an imminent thing. I think this may be a good time to put the budget on pause a little bit and re-examine where you might want to put some of the funds. One thing I want to ask for is you're probably going to need to double what you thought you were going to need to get on tiny homes, whatever that is, pallet shelter or otherwise. Like I said, all those people deserve a place to be. There's currently no place, no matter what you say is opening up, none of those people are going to be able to go to any of those places by the looks of it. These are people who have not been serviceable in Bellingham, and there's no reason for that. The people who are servicing them are doing a wonderful job bonding with them and building great relationships. And I'm hoping that you will embrace robust embracing of their model and what they want to do. I urge you to use CARES dollars as you can to bring social services. Well, get this done, get the purchase done, but then look at your budget as budgeting for social services for those very people. We're not going to let them go back in the bushes. Now we're going to take care of them. We're going to help them along, and we're going to show everybody how to do this. We can do this together, and I urge you to partner with this. There's a little bit of a revolution on this one. We can actually solve homelessness, and 3 minutes ain't enough to tell you how. I can tell you that I spend a lot of time on this issue. Many of you have trusted me, all of you have trusted me to serve in the role that I do on the Homeless Strategies Work Group, I dedicate a lot of time to it, and I'm asking you to trust me on this. I need you to budget for social services and buy those pallet shelters and other sheltering things that we can do with those CARES dollars and other emergency dollars. This is our chance to get ahead, have a working model that can catch the wave of humanity that is coming our way. I know you all know it. You all feel it. It's coming. We have to be ready, and we can't just keep putting Band-Aids and hotel vouchers and leased properties. We need to come up with some ownership and community involvement. We need to rewrite it a little bit. The people who say we don't need to reinvent the wheel, I have to argue it's time for us to do that, and this is the moment. You have citizens engaging with you. Please join us. Let's do this together. Thanks.
Again, this is the public hearing for item 2020-504, which is for the budget. If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon. The next speaker is Melissa Weisner. Go ahead, Melissa.
Hey everybody, it's Melissa Weisner. I am just gonna expand on Marcus's comment there. I've got about 80 to 100 campers all over Lottie Street and the library, and they are all in need of a shelter. So many of my campers are vulnerable people, adults with disabilities and mental health issues and addiction issues. I've got 1/3 of my camp kicking dope right now because they feel safe and comfortable with us. We can do this. The collective that we have formed out there taking care of those people, we can run something. We've been running this for the last 2 weeks, and these people are doing so much better with us. Imagine what we could do with 4 walls and a roof. We do need about extra 50 pallet shelters than the 50 you guys were planning on, but like this is the beginning of something new, and we do need to reinvent the wheel because we have used a broken system of institutions and death for these people over the years, and we need to do better for them. We can do better for them, and they can do better. I've got 1/3 of my camp kicking dope right now on their own because they want to, because they feel safe with us. They're really trying as well as they can. And again, they have so many disabilities and so many things wrong with them. And we can get them help, and we can at least stabilize them so that they can get help. We just need you guys. We need you. Tyler Byrd, come on, you're my man, right? I need you guys to do this. My campers need this. They're cold, they're wet, they're vulnerable. We're trying our hardest. This collective is fire, and we've been in talks with Seth. We just got out of a talk with Seth. Everybody's on board. I need a whole team though, and we need our government to represent the people. And these are your throwaways, and I'm going to take care of your throwaways. But why don't you guys go drive around downtown right now? Drive around town and go look at Holly Street and all those places where there's always people. It's dead, man. I was just down there. They're all at my camp, and they're behaving themselves. And we have people there, and we could do so much more. Please, 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 please use your budget wisely and get us pallet shelters and an emergency. Thank you so much. Have a great night, guys.
The next speaker is HK Mobile, which I believe is Heather Katahdin. Go ahead, Heather. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, Council. Hi, neighbors. Heather Katahdin speaking. Thank you, Council and staff, for your time working in service to all the citizens of our city. I do miss the outdoor sounds of Farmer Ben's cows. Their moo sound has now become famous even across Canadian neighbors' radio shows. My family has cared for the land and waters and had the privilege to pay taxes for multiple generations. These past 3 years, I've been concerned about the reoccurring challenges of creating secure, adequate winter public shelters to ensure there are no citizens left outside unsheltered in the winter elements. This year's lack of shelter appears even worse, with our main base camp shelter experiencing a peak capacity multiple times these past 4 weeks. I'm a Samaritan citizen witness to the neglect I witness of unsheltered citizens without homes in Bellingham, which is part of the county. This year, the global virus has been a challenge for all of humanity. Locally, it's difficult to hear the recent COVID Washington state recommendations of, quote, stay at home. When I've met so many homeless citizens with obvious disabilities are sleeping now in cheap summer tents on the lawn at 210 Lottie Street between Library and City Hall. If you're on Zoom in your warm home, you don't see them, but they are there. They're real humans, over 50 people, including I met a young couple expecting a baby and many women and men who are elders over 60 who have been surviving in tents hidden in our forests before they moved to the lawn. I've been outside as I'm able, assisting since Veterans Day. It's been an intense time, both with grief and hope. Thank you to any council person who's involved in implementing emergency nighttime public winter shelter and warming structures. With Thanksgiving and Christmas quickly approaching, I have a big ask. And I understand what a challenge it would be to your lives to implement. My ask is that when I phone one or two of you during a severe winter storm weather, during any evening or weekend holiday time, during a time when I am outside attempting to assist with the task of keeping many unsheltered citizens warm and reduce hypothermia and reduce loss of finger and toes, there are others who are assisting also keeping citizens at least dry with plastic tarps and emergency blankets and hand and foot warmers. My ask is, if I call and express that the situation in the outside element is more than any Samaritan on the ground can safely manage, that you will create an emergency council online Zoom meeting to pass an emergency ordinance to unlock a heated county building in Bellingham as soon as possible with a key that night or by the next early morning, which may then require your presence to operate before other volunteer or staff can be secured. My ask is also the same for any other citizen who may phone one of you who is direct outside contact with attempting to keep safe multiple numbers of our unsheltered citizens' family during severe weather storms that occasionally roll in through the Fraser River Valley. I know it's a
Thank you,
big
Heather. Your
ask.
time is up.
Okay, thank you so much, Council.
The next speaker is Eve. Go ahead, Eve. Please state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Eve Smason Marcus. I am a board member of the Whatcom Human Rights Task Force, a member of the Bellingham Unity Committee, Whatcom Youth Pride Coalition. I am a music teacher and musician in Bellingham. I'm wary of the addition to the police budget. Recently, watching Sheriff Elfo walk around without a mask on, continually seeing police officers and sheriffs walk around our community without masks on, considering it is a statewide order, let everyone be masked. I'm confused why our leaders are not wearing masks. In addition, I've been participating and witnessing the actions at 210 Lottie, and the work that our community is doing is amazing and beautiful, and I'm confused as to why the government isn't participating. We need shelters, we need pallet shelters, we need land, we need resources, we need social workers. We have so many beautiful humans who have not been able to fit the system that need our assistance. And there's no reason that they are any less valuable than anyone else in our community. I beg that you look over this budget and fix it, because we need more funds for our homeless community. We need less funds for our cops. Sheriffs do not keep us safe. The sheriffs do not keep our migrant community safe. They do not keep our queer community safe. They do not keep our BIPOC community safe. Sheriffs do not keep us safe. Only if you own land, only if you are a property owner They're there to protect you, but for the rest of us, for renters, for homeless, they do not protect us. Thank you.
The next speaker is Caitlin Holmes. Go ahead, Caitlin, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Caitlin Holmes, and for over a year, I've worked as a certified peer counselor with many homeless individuals. I'm also currently pursuing my degree in nursing. Tonight, I join many other members of the public in calling for an emergency ordinance or for the purchase of pallet shelters. Our most recent census recorded over 700 homeless citizens in Whatcom County. Current county resources fall short of where they need to be in order to protect our most vulnerable citizens. Even with an emergency shelter opening for approximately 40 men on December 1st, we are still a few hundred beds short. As the Whatcom County Department of Health acknowledged on social media earlier today, there is concern over spread of COVID-19 among our homeless population. The Whatcom County Department of Health states that they encourage campers to follow CDC guidelines regarding the coronavirus. However, the very nature of homelessness conflicts with these guidelines. Considering the number of people in the camp outside of City Hall, there is little access to running water for hand washing. There's little access to testing, as testing services require getting to a testing site, and our low barrier testing facility in Whatcom County is at capacity. Campers are encouraged to wear masks, but whenever they eat, this necessitates that they remove the masks. And without privacy, because they're all eating in tents or outside, that means that they might be within range of people. Homeless populations are known to be more vulnerable to the spread of infectious disease. We see increased rates of tuberculosis, skin and wound infections, HIV, AIDS, and hepatitis among homeless populations, not to mention the many health risks associated with long-term homelessness. It may be worth noting that many of these diseases are often met with Medicaid-funded ambulance transportation, ER, and hospital visits. Denying shelter to this population may be more costly to taxpayers over time. I urge County Council members to remember that while we participate in this meeting from heated buildings using internet-enabled devices, many of our neighbors are in wet tents on the street without resources to advocate for themselves. For them, this intersection of cold weather, lack of shelter, and COVID-19 is a very critical emergency. The Council has the opportunity to act, to declare an emergency, and to change or save the lives of those they serve. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Margie. Margie, go ahead. Please state your full name for the record.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Margie Martins, and I am speaking tonight in support of the county approving pallet shelters and hopefully in the future tiny homes for our houseless community members. I think that in the time of a pandemic, as well as winter basically already arrived, this is an emergency situation, and I think pallet shelters need to be approved immediately, and I am in favor of these pallet shelters and tiny homes being run in a decentralized, cooperative manner. I also am in favor of taking funds away from the sheriff's department and using that money to fund such projects. And I've was raised in Bellingham, and I was speaking with my mother, who was born and raised here, so that's 50 something years in Bellingham, and she noted that there are definitely not enough services for people who are struggling with mental health or substance abuse or houselessness. So I think we really should focus on funding these things rather than sheriffs and cops who are brutalizing our community members. And we see that by them not wearing masks and not respecting the community. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Will. Will, if you could go ahead and state your full name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. My name is Will. I reside in Bellingham. I've been here approximately 3.5 years. I have noticed a pretty massive problem with the lack of housing available, specifically for individuals suffering from substance abuse and mental illness. Additionally, there is a drought in services for these individuals that pertain directly to their health needs. I would like to see the city count or the county move to provide substantive funding for tiny home projects and more pallet shelters to be purchased immediately. You guys really got to listen to Marcus. Marcus is putting in the time and the effort. And I would suggest that if you cannot find the funding to do so, you take it out of Bill Elfo's budget. Thank you. I yield my time.
If anyone else would like to speak on item AB 2020-504 regarding the Whatcom County budget, please click the hand icon on your screen to raise your hand virtually. If anyone else would like to speak, please click the hand icon to raise your hand virtually. Krista Rome is the next speaker. Please go ahead, Krista. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. I don't have a lot to say. I just wanted to note my dismay about something that I heard earlier in the meeting today, and that was when Todd stated that the one thing you're hearing loud and clear about from the community in regards to the need for funding is for more funding for law enforcement. And I'm actually really still in shock, not even knowing how to address my reaction to that in this time of all of the pandemic needs, so many resources needed for our unhoused community that have been so vocal, especially these last few weeks leading into the cold season. All of the highlighting of reallocation of funds that need to go to more social services, like so many of the excellent speakers before me have laid out one by one, that anybody could possibly come to the conclusion that the number one thing that the community is asking for is funding for more law enforcement. It's just incredibly upsetting to me. I don't think I have interacted with one single person in this past year who has highlighted that as an area where they want more funding. The discussion has been whether or not we need to reallocate a whole lot of money to other desperate needs in our community, or those people who maybe don't see a need for change. But the idea that we need to raise the budget for law enforcement while not addressing these other needs in our community sufficiently, I would like to see reassessed. And also just feel like there's maybe no point in saying any of this, because I know once you're at this point in the budget process, you're pretty much just going to vote how you're going to vote, despite all of this public comment that you've just heard, as passionate as it has been. Big shout out to Marcus, Heather, all the others who have spoken, who are working so hard to help the unsheltered community. I hope you'll listen to them every day into the future. They're smart people. They're working hard. They know what's going on. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Is there anyone else wanting to speak, Kathy?
The next speaker is Paul Myers. Please go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Yes, good evening. My name is Paul Myers. I first of all would like to thank the council and compliment them. It is my understanding that in handling the budget situation, you folks have basically handled this as an economic situation and not a political situation. I appreciate that very much, and I want to thank you for that. I'm speaking that I think it would be very unwise to take any funds away from the Sheriff's Department. We have a very unusual situation with our Sheriff's Department here. We have departments all over the country that police officers, because of the situation that's taking place, are leaving in droves. If they can retire, they're retiring, or they're just quitting, going to another line of work, or some of them are taking jobs on other police departments. We don't have that problem here in Whatcom County. Under the leadership of Sheriff Elfo, it's my understanding that there has only been in his administration about 2 deputies that have left for reasons other than retirement, or they were moving out of the community or something like that. That's over a 16-year period. That's pretty amazing. So we not only don't have that problem, but we are in a position where we have a department that people really want to be a part of. And so we are able to really select the best when it comes to the people that are coming on. So I feel that the other thing I'd like to mention is in today's mail, I got my assessment for our property taxes for this coming year. The assessment on my residence went up by 14%. It went up about, as I recall, 11 to 12% last year. If we don't realize that this kind of increases has got to slow down, we're going to wind up with a Proposition 13 like took place many years ago in California. But the other part of that is you're going to have a hard time convincing the majority of citizens in Whatcom County that if their taxes are going up that much, that money should be taken away from one of the 2 primary emergency services that people look to, law enforcement and the fire department. And remember this, the fire department also handles the medical part. So I urge the council, I first of all support the fact that you've brought the positions back, and I urge the council not to cut any funding from the Whatcom County Sheriff's Department. Thank you very much.
If anyone else would like to speak on this item regarding the Whatcom County budget, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. There are no other hands raised for this item at this time.
Muted, Barry.
Sorry about that. Okay, council, what would you like to do? Closing the public hearing.
Move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Brown moves, Frazee seconds. Discussion. Councilmember Ellenboss.
I've got a few comments. I'll just start off with one, and that's to say that I support Councilmember Donovan's earlier statement about the overwhelming voice from the community. I heard that we supported law enforcement, and
I'm having a real hard time making out anything, Ben. You're definitely in the
mode. Yeah, I'll swap things up here. I supported what Councilmember Donovan said.
Ben, you're much easier to understand when you got little Karen with you.
Councilmember Donovan.
I got a pretty good idea Ben's not going to be supporting what Councilmember Donovan says. So I said the message we're hearing loud and clear about demands on our funds that would be associated with taxes are for law enforcement. I'm not saying I support that at all, and that we need to actually raise general funds. I'm pleased, and in the emails that we're getting, and over the last couple budget cycles, that's the one thing that people are looking for general fund revenues for. I really appreciate that I'm hearing from advocates here today that they want us spending more on serving people who are unhoused. Because, and Marcos, you're out there, you can confirm this. For years, we've been told that they don't want any money from us. They maybe want some zoning changes. They want access to property, and they kept saying, we don't want any taxpayer money. I think that was a mistake. So it's good to hear people saying that they do want money and they recognize the need for us to fund these things. But that is really a new message. And still the message is we're going to do it with CARES dollars, or we're going to do it with budget cuts. And I think the CARES dollars aren't going to be around very long. For sustainable programs, we're going to need new revenues for this, or we're going to need budget cuts. So if the budget cuts are going to be the police, I'm open to the council discussing this stuff. The discussion we've had about, and this is addressing other people who've commented here, and another one of my concerns about the budget is we're being told that people are worried about us defunding the police. The budget that is before us today will end the 2022 year, at least what's estimated, with about $36 million for the sheriff, which is more than the $34 million that was at the beginning of the 2019-2020 biennium. So the funding is actually going to increase from what was over that previous budget cycle. I don't have any, I'm willing to talk about cuts. I think there's actually a position that we should not fund in this budget for the sheriff's department. That's the point Robert's position when asked the sheriff about one of the most important positions that were needed to be put in after I proposed putting the mental health deputy back in without funding it. The sheriff mentioned the property crimes investigator sheriff. He did not mention the Point Roberts deputy as being the one that's most important for that. So I could see that as a source of funds. But this ties back to what I was saying before, that we are on a non-sustainable path with our budget. We can't continue to just not talk about revenues or not talk about specific cuts to FTE. So that would be one. So I'm really conflicted on this budget. But just to clarify the position of Ben supporting where I'm at on this, this is it's not me saying I support the fact that the loudest voice we've been hearing is for general fund spending increases and then potentially tax increases for funding law enforcement. Yeah, that's what we've been hearing. But it's good now to hear demands for other sources of funds. I would like the community to think beyond just this budget cycle and potentially short-term stopgaps we can do with CARES money, which we are already trying to commit and have committed. Council has voted to commit to buying not CARES money, but money that's been reimbursed from the CARES fund to buy these pallet shelters. So we've done that. But there are long-term needs here, and let's have a serious discussion about funding these. So I don't really think we're anywhere near on the same page on this, Ben.
Okay, just one moment, Ben. I just want to remind everybody that we are considering the substitute ordinance that was emailed out yesterday on the 23rd. Councilmember Ellenboss.
Yeah, Councilmember Donovan, I totally hear what you're saying, and I agree that we don't agree 100% on this. What I said I agreed with was that the voice you were hearing from the community is that we didn't want to defund the sheriff's office. Now, maybe those weren't your exact words, but I'm agreeing with you that the voice you were hearing was saying that, not that you and I agree 100% on the budget.
Other discussion on the motion? Mr. Ellenboss.
Okay, so I missed a few portions of some of these budget meetings for various reasons, and my cows have a lot to do with some of it. Where did we land with the corrections deputies? Do we still have correction deputies that are unfunded?
Sheriff Elpo, I see you're on the call. You want to answer that?
Wouldn't that be, I mean, shouldn't the executive or Tyler Schroeder have an answer for that too?
We currently have 5 corrections deputy positions that are frozen at this time.
Deputy Executive Schroeder, did you want to add anything? Further discussion on the motion to approve the budget. Mr. Ellenbach.
So I guess I'm just gonna, because I don't know any other way to do it, rather than just ask the blunt question to the executive's office. And I don't mean a bunch of disrespect or anything. I don't know how to answer, look my neighbors in the eye when they talk to me about this kind of thing. So I guess I'll just ask you. So we have 5 positions of correction deputies that are not being funded. But then in the budget, it looks to me like we funded a new position. I don't remember what it was called, but I think your campaign manager is the guy in the position. So we funded that position. And then we're funding another $300,000 for another commission that I'm not convinced is really interested in solving a lot of problems, even though hopefully they can. But we're not going to fund these corrections officers. To me, that I have a hard time telling these folks that, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to prioritize whatever the position is that your old campaign manager fills, and then we're going to spend $300,000 on another group of people to get together and hopefully maybe solve some problems. But in the meantime, our corrections officers are understaffed and overworked in a facility that's less than desirable. Is that what we're doing with the budget?
Councilmember Brown.
I just want to make sure I understand the final numbers because I don't think the tables have been fully updated. At the end of 2002, in the end of the 2002 budget, we had a total of, what's the numbers? I think it was 207 people associated with the Sheriff's Department. And I believe we went down to 206 and then we added 3. So I believe we're at now 209. Can someone confirm or clarify that?
Councilmember Brown, what document are you looking at?
I'm looking at the version, the 32-page document. Let's see what the title is. In the matter of the adoption of the final budget, Whatcom County Biennium. So that's the what is in under AB 2020-504. It's item 12, substitute 21-22 budget.
And are you looking at the position control changes document?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Let's find the heading on that one. Appropriations. Yeah, position control changes. So if I go down to the end, if I go down to the Sheriff's Department, I believe.
Yeah, so in the Sheriff's Department, it shows adopted 2020 totals.
Yes.
It shows 2019 and 2020 changes. And then it shows an amended 2020 at 207. The next column recognizes changes from 20 to 21, which was loss of 1 position, to 206 in 2021. And then a total of 206 in 2022. And that last column is the unfunded positions included in the total, which has been changed from 10 unfunded positions to 7 unfunded positions. Recognizing the council's decision there to reinstate the 3 deputies as been discussed earlier.
So in 2021, is that, if I understand you correctly, is that 206 minus 7?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Because what those have position control, they just don't have funds for them.
Okay. So the net head count, we've gone down.
1.
Will be 7 positions, is that correct?
There will be 7 unfunded positions, correct.
No, but is that 7 people we used to have? Because we used to have unfunded positions before that. Correct? I'm trying to work out what's the actual change in the actual head count.
Oh, well, remember, there are a number of vacancies that ebb and flow as people leave or people get hired. These are just position control allowances. I don't have the actual position. I don't have the actual head count numbers, and it's not going to be in the budget document.
But because every budget I've been involved in, there's been unfunded positions for the sheriff's department.
Nope. Well, my understanding is this would be the first time in which, due to some austerity measures that was kind of discussed early on from council, that we included position control, but no funds for the position. Over the years and as we move forward, there are a number of vacant positions that departments have the ability to hire, but we have not anticipated that in the budget.
So I'm still confused because we've had discussions. I mean, I've sat in, the executive's office with the previous executive, and we've had discussions about the positions for which the sheriff department sought, but the negotiation was that those positions were frozen. I guess is probably the right way to put them. So there wasn't funding for them. But the positions had been identified. The funds had not been identified, and therefore the position was not being filled. Is that different in this case or not?
I'm sure there have been cases in the past in which positions have not been filled. But
yeah, but they were effectively frozen. I don't know if Sheriff Elfo can help me with my memory on this, but
I just don't think that those effective freezing was done through a budget mechanism. It was probably done through an administrative decision to have a hiring freeze in place. But the last hiring freeze the administrations have put in place was back in 2009 and 10 through the last recession.
Right. I'm trying to work out how the head count itself is fundamentally changing. So, Sheriff Elfo, maybe, I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I can't recall positions being carried, but a control number and actually being frozen. We've gone long periods of time without hiring people, and positions have remained frozen because we've not been able to fill the position given all the high requirements we have for those positions. And sometimes recruiting and selecting the right people is difficult, but I can't recall off the top of my head, except going back more than 10 years ago, where we've had corrections deputy positions frozen before. Operating the facility, some folks think that the population is down and we've got these restrictions in place, booking restrictions, but to safely operate the facility and for both security and inmate safety, we have fixed positions that need to be filled, just like, the firehouse needs to be filled in case there's a fire. And that's due to the design, the antiquated design of the facility and this deteriorating state.
But
So I don't know if I fully answered your question,
No.
but I can't remember anything being.
so maybe I can ask the question a different way. How many positions, how many warm bodies will you have at the end of this year? And how many do you expect to have at the end of next year in 22, based on the current level of funding?
Well, under the current, with what council putting the 3 law enforcement deputies back into the budget, and then we're down 5 corrections deputies, and we have a support position that we're going to leave unfilled as well. I don't have that same chart in front of me that you're referring to and Tyler was referring to earlier. So I can't really give you the precise number.
Okay. But do you know how many people you've got at the moment?
Right now, we're down 3 and 6. We probably should have somewhere, I think it's around 199
Okay.
total employees.
Okay. So there's funding here for 206 minus 7, which is 199.
Right.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to compare apples and apples. That's all.
And I think currently, Councilmember Brown, this is Tyler Schroeder again. There's early November, there was 4 vacancies in the sheriff's office and 4 vacancies in the jail itself. So that head count would be about 198 out of the 206 that was authorized.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the similar numbers. So I'm looking at the 2021 recommended budget, which goes back to 2018, but not further. So the FTEs were 199, and then projected to 2022, it's 206. So you talk about vacant or unfilled positions, but we're basically at the FTE. This is what I'm hearing. We're at the FTE we were in 2018. So this talk about defunding, it's maintaining funding. So actually, there's actually projected to be more funding at the end of this biennium at the beginning of the last biennium in the same number of FTE. Do I have that correct?
Yes. In 2018, there was an authorized 199 positions. And at the end of this year, there will be an authorized 206 positions.
With not all 206 funded, but so this stuff about the police being defunded, and I know the sheriff got dragged into this whole ad campaign about that. We're getting emails about this. There is no defunding. We're maintaining funding. We're maintaining the number of FTEs and potentially increasing the number of dollars spent compared to the beginning of 2019. What is projected to be at the end of 2022. And
yeah, just for clarification too, I've not stated that the council is following along the philosophical or political lines of defunding the police. I know these are economic decisions, but I think there's a good case to be made to prioritizing public safety being a 24/7 service that people's lives depend on it, and performing very dangerous work. And if you just look at the incidents in the last few weeks of what we're dealing with, my position is it should be a priority.
Councilmember Frazee.
I think it was cleared up about the numbers. I just wanted to talk about, like, when we were talking about the properties crime detective and how they weren't in those positions, and also the Point Roberts deputy. When I asked, do they still have positions within the sheriff's department? And they did. So it was more bringing them into those positions again. So when we did fund those positions, so it wasn't people were not losing their jobs. That's correct, isn't it? Okay.
That's correct.
The budget that's in front of council, there will be no layoffs associated with the budget.
Any other discussion on the motion?
Sorry, I didn't hear what Mr. Schroeder just said. Can you say it again?
Oh, yeah, my apologies. The budget that's in front of council consideration tonight, there will be no layoffs to county staff. We're utilizing hiring freezes on vacant positions.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I think I just want to summarize this for the record. With the 3 positions that we've added back, we will be at 199 funded positions, which is the same number of actual positions we had at the end of last year. Is that correct? Mr. Sheriff Alpha, you can jump in contradictory.
I'm going to defer to Tyler on that. I don't have the comparative position listings in front of me.
Right.
I know
199 would be the funded FTEs back in 2018, so the position controls, and 199 would also be the actual body count, the actual individuals that are representing those positions. Head count, I think, as you said, as it relates to this year.
To this year, but it was also what we had at the end of 2019, correct?
Yes, as it relates to position control.
So I want to make the point that we're not defunding positions. That being said, over the same period of time, the population keeps increasing, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff Alfo, I think we run at approximately 1 officer per 1,000 people, which is actually a worse ratio than most jurisdictions. I think they run at a higher officer per head count.
Well,
correctly.
Bellingham Police run about 1.29 for the 20-some square miles of the city limits. We're running about they're about 1.28. We're about 0.94 just in the unincorporated areas. And then we do have responsibilities within the city limits. We perform civil functions, and we cover a geography that's 2,150 square miles of land. And then we have deputies assigned to remote areas out of necessity, such as Point Roberts and New Halem and Diablo. So when you factor those in, if you look at the other small cities, Ferndale and Linden, they're up over 2 point something per resident. So we are pretty far and few between when compared to the other local law enforcement agencies, both in terms of the ratio to population and in the large areas deputies are responsible for covering.
And my point is just to maintain the same level of service, we would have to add deputies as the population grows.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Councilor Donovan.
I'm going to get back to my big budget picture thing here. So the percentage of budgeted FTE that are frozen or vacant or whatever in the sheriff's office is serious, but it's less serious. I mean, just in terms of percentage of positions, there are more in the assessor's office. There's more in PDS, planning and development services. There's more in the auditor's office. There's as many in administrative services. That's not counting the ones that we've added in there. And these are departments that don't have a lot of other options for funds, like public works, health, have other funds that can shore them up so they're not experiencing the same level of reduction in FTE or freezing of FTE. So I'm trying to tie this into my message about revenues here. And if we proceed with this budget and don't address that, well, actually, so we're not going to do that. But second thing, the funding for additional shelter capacity is I mean, we're doing that. We're doing that with this budget, or is that going to show up in a supplemental budget, or is it in this budget, or is it supplemental to the budget we already done? Because when the public is concerned about this trade-off between our refilling these positions in the sheriff's department and not pursuing additional funding for shelter capacity. So how does council or the executive address that? Like, is that something we are going to continue to be able to pursue in supplemental budgets going forward without new revenues or without new CARES dollars?
Councilmember Donovan, are you specifically speaking to the tiny home pallet shelter discussion, or longer term?
That going longer term. So that the request that we get more of those, and then the cost for siting them, the cost for operating them. I know the community is willing to absorb a lot of that and pitch in for that.
Yeah, so I would say that the purchase for that immediate need in front of us is budgeted, and direction from council has been given, and we understand that. I do think that a supplemental budget for the operations associated with that facility or another facility would have to come back to council. And at that point, that's either a general fund request. That's a general fund request at this point, because the housing funds are pretty tapped, as we've heard from Ann Deacon and from others.
I just want that to be clear when that's the budget we're adopting. And there's a commitment to go forward in doing that, but it is going to be potentially likely a general fund commitment.
And just the last thing I'll say, I know that we've been working through this budget for many months. I know that we at first started with a 10 to 20% cut from some guidance from council. We've been monitoring the revenues, and as I said earlier today, revenue continues to be better maybe than anticipated as it relates to the general fund. And so as the executives kind of committed to council early next year in the first quarter, in the end of the first quarter, we'll come back to council with an updated general fund and overall county revenue, and hopefully reinstate some of these positions on a prioritized, and I'm not specifically talking about just the sheriff's position, because there's other positions that are important to the operations of the county, as well as some opportunity to accomplish some of the homeless housing discussions that's been. So we've kind of made that commitment that first quarter next year, we will be coming back, engaging council on what the next steps are, and we're going to have to consider this budget as kind of a living and breathing document moving forward, because of some of the uncertainties we've seen financially in the past, and some of the hopefully additional revenues we're going to see moving forward.
I guess I would like that assurance from the council too. This budget needs 4 votes. And if we're going to fund these 3 positions for the sheriff's department, that we are also committed to funding, which will likely come out of the general funds, the costs associated with the shelters that we are committed to purchasing, not just the capital costs, but the operating costs going forward next year. And I can't put that in the budget right now, but I want to have a sense that this council is committed to that.
Councilmember.
I'm committed to it with the comment that we haven't identified a location. And that's the most critical thing. And we're not in the land bank business. We don't have surplus land. So I want to make sure we set the right expectation. One of my concerns about buying these shelters first is, for most people, their view is, well, you bought the shelters, everything else is easy. Well, the rest of the part is the hard part. It's finding somewhere to put the shelters. The shelters need a place where there is water, power, and sewer access. And the other crucial thing we're finding, particularly in COVID, is finding people who are capable of staffing those facilities. So, yes, I'm very supportive, but I want people to be realistic about the expectations, that it's not just the structure. The structure is the easiest part of the whole lot.
No, I just wanted to add that we had stated even before, when we started the budget discussion, that this is there are a lot of uncertainties. What we went through 2020, we had some help, and which was also coming in bits and pieces and so much conditions and everything. What we get next, we don't know. So we firmly believe, and I want to make sure to all the council members, that this is like a quarterly budgets. We have a 2021 budget, and 2022 is just copy of that budget. It's really that as much deliberation we wanted to do, we were not able to. Like, like the plans we had, what and how we should do some things. We didn't have the ability to do that. So this budget also, it can change every quarter. So we will be coming back to the council. Maybe they are good numbers, and maybe they're not so good numbers. And we feel that we were fiscally very responsible, very conservative during 2020, and conserved as much money or preserved as much CARES Act funds back to us after the COVID finishes. That's what we said about reimbursement. Some more reimbursements will be more clear at end of November, which is kind of next week. We'll know more. And then we have to justify that everything by December 15th or December 10th, actually. And then we will see what reimbursements we get and what comes next with the new administration. There've been talk about stimulus, no stimulus, what conditions, and so there is a lot of uncertainty. We don't feel comfortable to say, hey, this is the budget, we'll stick to it, and this is how it's going to be. We have reasons to believe that it can get better, but we can't say that with guarantee.
Anything else on the motion? Mr. Byrd?
Thanks, Barry. I'm voting no on it. I 100% support the officers being added back to it, and I appreciate that. We didn't create this budget. We got it to work with, obviously. And so adding those back in wasn't something, I was trying to balance that before with cuts so that we could get to someplace that I felt was a better financial position for the county, which I was looking for, going into more what I believe is uncertainty at the end of the day. And I was trying to do that by either cutting or not adding. But I very much appreciate the fact that those officers have been added back to this, because I think they are important. And I think it's really important for a lot of the community members out there that live in cities and within those jurisdictions to understand that you get the benefit of that local police force and the sheriff's office who's there to help out when needed. When you look at some place like Kendall or Glacier or Point Roberts, they only have the officer that can get to them to help. And sometimes, or oftentimes, that's more than half an hour. And what would it be like? I mean, if you put yourself in that situation and consider that, for a lot of people, that is their only source of protection or defense if something were to go wrong. And so I think it is important that we have those officers and boots on the ground out there, because while we point to a lot of the things that we feel are bad and are bad situations across the country, at the end of the day, someone earlier said something really well, I think. There's 10 times more situations that these officers are in that are beneficial in helping us. And so it's hard to just balance that conversation when we're only looking at the negative and not the positive. They're here to help, and more often than not, they're doing a great thing for all of us, and we do need them. With that said, I am voting no against the budget. When you look at what we approved in the 2019-2020 budget, we were originally, and I'm not talking supplemental budget, we approved $214 million in 2020. The 2021 budget is $233 million. I mean, it's a $19 million increase overall across all funds. It's a huge increase. And when we're looking at that and we're starting to think about what's going to happen in the economy and all the uncertainties and the lack of additional funding that's coming through from the feds or the state since April, the changes, the additional shutdowns, there's too much that we don't know there. And for me, I'd rather be a lot more safe and risk adverse. I'd like to save a lot more funds and have them in reserves and available to use when the situation arrives, and then to not have anything when we actually need it. And so that's what I was hoping for versus an actual increase in year-over-year budget at the end of the day. And I mean, especially in a time where the majority of our country and so many households are now unemployed and have had these losses themselves. It's going to be a tough spot, and I feel for them. I think we should be tightening up as well. So, long story short, I appreciate everyone turning out and sharing your feedback and comments tonight. Thank you for that.
Mr. Brown.
I'm just trying to understand Mr. Byrd's last comment. I seem to read it, you thought we were increasing what we were spending year over year. Is that right?
Yep.
Well, I'm looking at the summary of the budget expenditures, and this is probably not the latest version, but I don't think it's materially different, at least not this order of magnitude. The budget.
What document are you looking? What document?
So if you go to the, let me go right back to the beginning. If you go to the executive's budget on the county website, volume 1, budget summary. You tell me when you're there, and I'll show you the next one.
Yep, got it.
Page 3, summary introduction. And Mr. Schroeder can tell us how far off the final numbers are, but the budgeted expenditures, the amended 2020 budget was 282,000. The amended 2021 budget is 282 million. The 2021 is dropped down to 233 and the 2022 is 217. So, Mr. Schroeder, am I missing something here?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so there's been a significant reduction in expenditures based on the columns before that, which is a significant forecast reduction in revenue from 250 in 2020 to 225 in 21 and 215 in 22. So I'm not sure I understand your comment, Mr. Byrd. I think there's been significant belt tightening along with what everybody else is being expected to do in the community as well.
Yeah, can I address that?
Sure, please.
Thanks. So, Rod, let me ask you a question. You've done a lot of budgets in your life. You write a budget and you spend more money than that budget. What's that called?
Well,
wait, nope. It's a simple question.
Right.
Yes or no? What's it called? You have a budget and you have an.
Yeah, but you're comparing.
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not.
Can't do that with a
So
public.
let me be clear. I'm sorry, Donovan. Yeah. So for anyone who's not following, here's what it's called. You have a budget and then you have an actual. And so for everyone out there that lives on a paycheck to paycheck, that has ever tried to create a budget, you sit down and you figure out what you can spend and in what categories over a month or a year, whatever it is for you and your budget. And then if you spend more money out of that budget, you don't come back and say, well, here's my new budget number. I said I was going to spend $2,000, but I spent $5,000. So my budget was really $5,000. It's not how that works, right? Although it's how we do it, it's not how that works. And so what we say is we have a budget, and now we have a supplemental budget, which is this new higher number. And then we have an actual at some point in time. So what I'm addressing is our budget. When we established the budget for spending 2 years ago, we established that amount in the 2020 budget at $214 or $214 million, 68,697. What you were referring to is what our new budget amount is. And so I think that's a super relevant number, Rod. So the new budget amount, the supplemental after all of the additional spending increases that we've done in the last year, it's not the $214 million, it is $282 million. So roughly $79 million more than what we budgeted. There's a big difference. So if we look at budget year over year, which is what we can compare today, right? I can look at what we said we were going to spend 2 years ago, the 214, and now I can look at what we say we're going to spend next year today. I can't look at the supplemental from 2 years ago or the actual of what we spent and compare it to the actual of a time period that hasn't occurred yet. All I can look at is what did we say we were going to spend and how much did we spend? So 214 million we said we were going to spend. This year we spent apparently, or now our budget is for 282 million. So $79 million more. That number's wrong, I know, but it's late. And then if you look year over year, it'd be 2020 to 2021. So not budget to actual, year over year. We're going to go from 214 million to 233 million. That's an increase in all of our spending and funds. What I'm trying to get to is I want us to save money. You can spend that money later if we don't need it, but you have no idea what the future holds. And the only reason we got through this year was because the state and the feds came out and gave us $20 million or $15 million. And I know that's what you're saying, that is part of this supplemental increase, but that covered a lot. And Schroeder said it earlier, $7 million of our budget expenses were reallocated and covered by CARES dollars. That $7 million that is now in that emergency fund and will help with the general fund when it transfers to that is what is keeping us solid in our financial positions. If that does not occur again, and we go through additional layoffs or longer periods of closure, where do you get the rest of the money? I didn't want to get in an argument about this. I was just trying to be simple. That's why I'm voting no.
Executive Sadu and then Mr. Brown.
I just wanted to say, if you use that logic, Mr. Byrd, that where did the $70 million come from? Like, we don't print money, we don't borrow money. If you're saying logic, we made a $214 million budget, we spent $279, where do we get the money from? I think that you are simplistic. The budget for a household or budget for a home or your personal budget is entirely different how the government budgets work. I think I will stop here. I don't think this is a time to delve into that, but your logic itself is defeating. If you look at our general fund balances or balances of all the county funds, with your logic, we would have been gone broke or we would have borrowed a couple of $100 million by now. We didn't borrow anything. So we didn't print anything. So you got to think a little deeper. A simplistic argument like you giving your child spend money. Where did you spend it? I gave you 20 bucks. It's not that simple. You're trying to make it simple. You are actually telling public that there is something going on here. That's the insinuation, which you are not understanding, but you are projecting that without understanding. With your own logic, we would have lost $30-40 million by now.
Councilmember Brown.
So I want to highlight two things. One is comparative actual numbers. So let's take because this is numbers that are completely closed out. The actual budgeted amended budget numbers expenditures in 2018 were 242 million against an amended budget revenue in 2018 of 211. So we spent 31 million more than we brought in. So how do you get to do that? Well, you can't do that. It's pretty hard to do that in a personal level or even in a business level. Well, in a personal level or business level, you typically fund the difference by debt. You agree? If you're spending more than you're earning, you make up the difference by debt.
Yeah, in our case, we borrow it from other funds.
No, in
Yeah,
our case,
we
no.
did do that this year.
No, in our case, well, we did a temporary funding for the sake of COVID, but we talked earlier about the Conservation Futures Fund, and I think the number we bring in is about $1 million a year, and yet if we spent $4 million next year, 4 times what we take in, would we be losing money? No, because we've got a $5.5 million fund build up for previous years that we've collected the money. So the reason with county government, and I guess same with city, you have to look at what the fund balance is for the money that's been collected for a particular purpose. Some years you spend more than you bring in. Some years you spend less than you bring in. You're not running at a loss. It's sort of like I've been saving up for that really great electric bike that I want. I can't afford to buy it this year, so I'm going to save up half the money this year and half the money next year. And then next year I'm going to spend $10,000 on this great electric bike that I couldn't afford to buy this year. So next year, of course, I'm looking like I'm losing money because I'm spending 10, but I only brought in 5. But that's because I saved 5 the year before. So if you want to provide an accurate figure, you look at the revenue coming in versus the revenue going out, but you have to allow for the fund balances, how they change.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, I guess, it's my first budget to go through, and I guess I'm surprised that we spent 4 or 5 whole days going through the budget where we could bring up questions, where we can bring up concerns, and now we're coming down to this. And I feel like we've already had an opportunity to bring up what we really wanted and our concerns, and now we're spending Ben and Barry's birthday whole evening hashing this out. Maybe this is what always occurs, but I think we could have brought these up with those days that we spent on the budget.
Ben and I are going to get even. Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, I'll buy you both a beer, or whatever. So I drink whiskey. That I know.
I'll drink what Ben's drinking.
All right, done. Carol, I've tried all year long. I mean, genuinely, I tried with the collaboration on the finance stuff and trying to figure out what our common goals were and how we could make decisions together so that we could get to those actual projects that we could actually cut and figure out where we as a group would come together and find those savings. That didn't work out. I've suggested cuts through the year since then and other ideas. Some of those have gotten traction and moved forward. Other ones haven't worked out either. So it's not the first time that I'm bringing stuff up. And again, I'm not here to argue this. I'm giving my reason no. Todd, if I didn't give my reason no, Todd would be yelling that I voted no and didn't say anything, right? Exactly. So, I mean, I can't win for losing at this point. But I have tried all year long. I've tried to be collaborative. I tried to work together. I've tried to find these savings. It hasn't happened. It is what it is. Fine. But I'm not going to vote for that because it's not as what I need from a financial conservative and someone who's very financially responsible, or I think with this kind of stuff, I just can't do that. And it goes to what Rudd said earlier too, because Rudd said he looked at the 2018 budget, right? And there was a $34 million increase in what we budgeted to what we actually spend with the actual on that one. I look at that and say, okay, that's a multi-year trend in which when we budget a dollar amount, we're blowing it up. So in 2018, it's $34 million. Last year or this year, it's $70 million. It's way more we're spending every single year than what we budget. If that trend holds, and you're going into a horrible year next year, a terrible economy, and we're going to end up where we've already budgeted more for next year than what we had budgeted for this year. And then we have a trend where we spend $30 or $70 million more on top of that. Where's the money come from? Now, when you look at it, you can look at it at a general fund basis, but there's a lot of accounting games that can get played. And so I mean, we can dive into a lot of the financials, and I'm more than happy to make this super complex so that nobody can understand it. But I think for all of the people that are online right now and watching, it's easier to compare it to what they know, which is their household budget. And why that might be simplistic, there's a lot of commonalities and frameworks and foundations that hold through for nonprofits and businesses and other organizations and what we do. And so if we're going to spend more than what we have, and what we do is we borrow from the other funds that are restricted with the assumption that we'll pay those back out of future revenue, right? And then in this case, we also get CARES dollars, and there's a couple other things that we can do. But ultimately, I would like us to be in a position where instead of spending more next year than what we budgeted to spend this year, we actually put some of that money away and get ready in case something worse happens, so that we're prepared to deal with that and help our economy and our community, right? To stimulate the jobs, to have money to invest in people and organizations and companies and projects and everything else that will reignite our entire county and help us get going again. We can't do that if we're dependent because we're broke and we're relying on someone else to give us an influx of additional funding. Or if we've already tapped out all of the other funds that we go to take loans from on a temporary basis. So I think it behooves us to try to save funding and then come back to some of those pet projects later that maybe aren't as important. And you're just not going to convince me that a social media manager for $100,000 a year that we've never had or haven't had in years is that important that we have to have them right now. I don't see that. So especially Sapal just made this whole analogy earlier about people who step behind a computer and make tons of money and don't do anything but type and create software and never leave and don't help their economy and never buy homes and spend or buy products from their local businesses. I mean, that's your social media manager, right? Guy who makes a ton of money, sits behind a computer and doesn't actually ever build a physical product. But okay, is what it is. All I'm asking is that we be more fiscally responsible now. And then you can come back to it later. But it is what it is. I'm just voting no.
Anything else from council? Okay, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Can't hear you.
Barry, you're muted.
Next item is AB 2020-520, ordinance imposing an interim moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded facilities in the Cherry Point urban growth area, the primary purpose of which would be the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point. So I guess we'll just open the public hearing. We'll start there. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
Yes, we have several people signed up to speak. Let's see. The first will be Lane McElvoy. Go ahead, Lane, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Hey, my name's Lane McElvoy. I'm from Linden, Washington. I'm the area manager for J.H. Kelly. We're a general contractor here. As we go through the Cherry Point amendments, I wish we weren't still talking about a moratorium, but we're here. So I am glad to hear that we've had some productive discussions on the amendments and have assembled a qualified and representative stakeholders group. That's something that we've been asking for a while. Sounds like it's, discussions that are going really well. I'd ask that the council observe the recommendations of the Planning Commission and the stakeholders group, given the equal and nonpartisan positions that these folks are working towards. The decisions that the council are going to make are going to affect not only my family, but about 60 other families that are directly employed by the company I work for in Whatcom County, and many more indirectly through vendors we work with and the jobs that support those families. And we're already in a pretty complicated financial and political climate. I mean, I was thinking about what I was going to say as I listened to your guys' budget discussion. I'm like, God, how so many of these discussions I've heard tonight are related to what everything always comes back to, which is money. And, just how the last thing I'd want to have happen is you guys make decisions that could further hamper the financial position of Whatcom County. So I just ask that you guys listen to the Planning Commission and the stakeholders group and please go with their guidance or act with their guidance in mind. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pam Brady, followed by Barney Smith and Trevor Smith. Go ahead, Pam, please.
Good evening, council members. I'm Pam Brady, and I work in external affairs at BP Cherry Point Refinery. On behalf of BP, I would like to speak in opposition to the 10th extension of the moratorium pertaining to permits for new or expanded facilities in the Cherry Point UGA for the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not processed at Cherry Point. We have commented on previous extensions of the moratorium, and in the interest of time, I will be brief and simply state for the record that we oppose this moratorium renewal for reasons that have already been expressed, and we don't believe the continuation of the moratorium is necessary. We've spent the past year working with the Planning Commission on a draft code revision for the Cherry Point UGA that will address these matters, and in recent months have spent considerable time working with environmental advocacy groups and other industry stakeholders to find common ground and mutually agreeable language for the code revision. And we will continue to work productively on this issue. And this dialogue with the stakeholders and the council will continue without another extension of the moratorium. So in closing, I'd like to ask for your consideration in rejecting the moratorium renewal this evening. Thank you.
The next speaker is Barney Smith. Go ahead, Barney.
Hey, good evening. My name is Barney Smith, and I want to thank you for allowing me to make these comments this evening. I'm a business rep and an organizer for IBEW Local 191. And tonight, you guys are voting on a moratorium, and I really feel it's unnecessary, and I'm glad that the council continues to work with Cherry Point stakeholders to minimize the economic damage of your proposed Cherry Point amendments. I mean, we've already let $1 billion project go down south, and that money could have been spent right here in Whatcom County. A lot of tax dollars, which could have funded some of the stuff we were talking about tonight. I ask that you consider your final version of the Cherry Point amendments. You stay as close to the Planning Commission's recommendations as possible. I would also like to thank the stakeholders group for all their hard work and dedication in working with the Planning Commission and now with the council. And that's all I have to say. Plus, you guys, this was a tough one for me because the Sounders are playing tonight. It's a playoff game. The game just ended. I've been going back and forth. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Don't tell us the score.
The next speaker is Trevor Smith, followed by Dirk Vermeeren, Miguel Perry, Ralph Roby. Go ahead, Trevor Smith.
Good evening, Council. My name is Trevor Smith, no relation to Barney Smith, although he is my brother. I'm the Political Director for Labor's Local 292, and I'm a resident of Bellingham. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the 10th extension of the Cherry Point moratorium. As we've said all along from the very beginning when we started this whole thing, we don't feel you need the moratorium. The work that we're doing now is what we wanted to do from the very beginning. And I would encourage the council to continue to let the stakeholders finish up the language that we're working on. And just let us move forward. And I hope that the council takes the input of everybody and moves forward with this, and we can do it without the moratorium. I do want to say thank you to all of you guys. I know it's been a long evening. It's been a rousing debate going on with everything. I'd just like to, as people have pointed out before, there's a lot of economic impact from Cherry Point, and there's a lot of living wage jobs on the line that are counting on getting this language done correctly and getting it done timely. But I do want to thank everybody, thank the stakeholders, and thank the council for giving us the space to work on these and get this whole thing done in the best way possible with the most buy-in. And we're getting there, as you guys heard earlier today. We're getting there on the language, working on it with everybody's input, whether it's environment, industry, labor, and with the council members' input. And we really appreciate the time and the space that you guys have given us to do that. So we can do this without the moratorium, and we can move Whatcom forward and keep our living wage jobs. So really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
The next speaker is Dirk Vermeeren. Go ahead, Dirk. Dirk Vermeeren, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Okay, we'll go ahead to Miguel Perry. Go ahead, Miguel.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I'm Miguel Perry, lead representative with the Carpenters Union. While we do not need the moratorium to do it, I'm happy to see that the stakeholders group is continuing to work with the County Council on the Cherry Point amendments. The end result of this process must be Cherry Point regulations that protect the environment, protect our living wage jobs, and protect and repair our county's reputation as a place that attracts large employers. In closing, I would like to thank the stakeholders for all their hard work. I know they're spending many hours on conference calls to find common ground and workable solutions. I want you to know that I appreciate the work that you do as a council, and I just want to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving.
The next speaker is Ralph Roby. Go ahead, please, Ralph Roby.
Good evening. My name is Ralph Roby, and I grew up here in Whatcom County, and just urging you to please continue the moratorium. Fossil fuel extraction is causing climate change, which is an existential threat to all of us and our future generations. And so far, we've only heard people speaking about their own economic interests. And while, yes, it's important to put food on the table, I hear that. We have to take into consideration how fossil fuel extraction is literally killing us. I urge you to take a stand and do the right thing here, and don't succumb to economic short-sightedness. There's lots of other industry that we could be attracting to that area that isn't involving fossil fuel extraction. So please do the right thing and continue the moratorium. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Will. Go ahead, Will. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Will Marks.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I
Could you
urge
state
you
your
to
full name again? You're breaking up.
Will Marks.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I am speaking to urge you to continue the moratorium. There is no need to continue to line the pockets of wealthy multinational corporations in an outdated energy mode. We need to focus on finding greener solutions to our energy needs in this country and not continuing to dig ourselves into the hole in which we now find ourselves. Thank you. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Okay. My name is Joshua Levinson, Bellingham resident since I was 5 years old, the last 30 years, and I am urging you to continue the moratorium. We know throughout like 99% of scientists currently that in the next 10 to 15 years, we desperately need to cut our fossil fuel use by roughly 50% or more, and doing something to expand fossil fuel production and expand the cheap, easily accessible use of fossil fuels across many different parts of the complete opposite direction. Maintaining these jobs, making sure that people that work at Cherry Point continue to have the jobs doing what they're doing, as we search for new jobs to help transition and transform them into providing services that actually help society and help our communities build a sustainable and rich and prosperous future, I think is important. But to expand operations and to expand how much we're shipping out, to expand the cheap, easy access to extreme quantities of fossil fuels is going to only send us in the opposite direction. Understanding like places I've come back from in India are already experiencing the drought, famine, and death from the current production of fossil fuel levels that we have, and how desperate and urgent it is that we start to reduce this kind of fossil fuel production is incredibly important. So creating those jobs to reduce fossil fuel production is something that we should do everything we can to support. And that's another part of the reason increasing our budget by 0.5% to add new facilities and research for renewable energy alternatives, I think is so important. But doing more to expand the production of fossil fuels and to expand how much unrefined fossil fuels that we're just being an open pipe to like endlessly pipe through as much as possible is going to send us completely backwards. So understanding that we're hearing the voices of a lot of big top corporate oil executives, and we're not hearing anything from young high school students and young members of our community because it's probably past their bedtime already. But that's also the voices that I hope that some of the members on the council are really looking to consider, and understanding how many of those voices have been just constantly crying out for more action. And in the pandemic, it's a little bit harder, but yes, we are trying to like bring back all of those actions so that the public is able to see how much desperation there is for people to really make some of the measures that will reduce our fossil fuel and carbon emissions, so that we can have a rich and healthy future. Thank you.
The next speaker is listed as guest. Go ahead, please, and state your full name for the record. The attendee listed as guest, please go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Hello, this is Andrew Gamble. I'm speaking on behalf of Petrogas. We'd like to state our continued consistent opposition to the County Council adopting the Cherry Point moratorium as you consider extending this emergency measure once again. I'd like to take a minute to speak to the ongoing process to refine the proposed amendments to the Cherry Point Land Use Code. Petrogas appreciates the chance to engage with other industry participants and all of the non-government organizations who've been working to create the current draft proposal that presented by Eddie Uri today in the special meeting of the whole committee meeting. In particular, I'd like to recognize Eddie Uri, the resources who has facilitated many of these meetings over the last several months in this collaborative effort between our Cherry Point Industries and the NGO groups to find a workable compromise in the code language. So we support today's proposal, and we believe it was a good faith effort by all parties. And we would also like to extend our support to further engagement of that group working on some of the remaining issues that have been brought forth by PDS staff and by the council members as well. And then just, I've got a little bit of time left here. Andrew Gamble, the North County resident, would like to extend his support for Sheriff Elfo and his staff. I heard him taking a lot of shots earlier in some of the preceding comments today, and I think that support for Sheriff Elfo warrants a comment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Todd Taylor, and then we'll go back to Dirk Vermeeren. Go ahead, Todd.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Todd Taylor. I'm the Executive Secretary for the Northwest Washington Building and Construction Trades Council, as well as the Business Manager for Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 26 of Washington. It's been a while since I've addressed the council, but I, along with the rest of the Northwest Building Trades affiliates, have been paying attention to the stakeholders' efforts to come up with a plan that works for all at Cherry Point. I would like to state that the building trades feels there is no need for another moratorium at this time, and wish the council had adopted the Planning Commission's earlier recommendations. That being said, we are thankful for the stakeholders group that is working with the council. I'm also appreciative that labor has a seat at the table and has been able to participate in the process. These are difficult decisions, and the results have a significant impact on the members I represent. Unfortunately, from an economic perspective, most of the impact is negative. As you work through the final phase of the Cherry Point amendments process, remember you must create a regulatory scheme for Cherry Point that protects the environment, but also fosters regulatory certainty and stability so living wage employers want to locate here and do business. Whatcom County has developed a reputation as a difficult place to do business. Council must recognize this and work diligently to change that perception as we work through the Cherry Point amendments and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
The next speaker is Dirk Vermeeren. Go ahead, Dirk.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Dirk Vermeeren. My wife and I retired in Bellingham in 2014 after roughly 30 years in international oil with Chevron, and the last 10 years with one of the largest national oil companies. But anyway, we support all the work that the council has progressed toward updating the regulations with an effort to modernizing and safeguarding our local environment. As such, we support you extending the Cherry Point moratorium. Additionally, I will restate my June 25 request to the Planning Commission, which was please assist the Whatcom County Council fulfill their fiduciary duties to Whatcom County taxpayers by including pollution remediation insurance for all Cherry Point industries, as such has been the norm in communities across this country. I recommend the amendments to the comp plan should require Cherry Point industries, number one, agree to indemnify and hold harmless Whatcom County for pollution losses as outlined in all conditional use permits issued on their behalf. And number two, require that they procure and maintain liability insurance, including environmental impairment liability insurance, at an adequate level to cover losses as a result of a catastrophic event, such as a potential Cascadia Rising earthquake. By requiring Cherry Point Industries maintain environmental impairment liability insurance, you will also be gaining access to the global insurance industry expertise for dealing with these heavy industries and their associated risk. This evaluation, underwriting process, and subsequent report in itself will enhance the knowledge base of our planning and enforcement department staff. In the absence of insurance coverage, Whatcom County will find itself litigating in court against a deep pockets industry capable of outlasting and draining our county's financial resources, or worse, if Whatcom County does not have environmental insurance or loss reserves to pay for cleaning up and remediation, Whatcom County will have to use funds from our local taxpayer base. This would basically be a corporate bailout. Thank you very much for allowing me my viewpoints. Good evening.
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually by clicking the hand icon. If anybody else would like to speak on this item AB 2025-20 Cherry Point. The next speaker is Eddie Yuri.
Good evening, council members and all. My name is Eddie Yuri. I am the Climate and Energy Policy Manager at Resources based here in Bellingham, and have been engaged in the process of the Cherry Point amendments and comp plan amendments going back about 5 years now on behalf of my organization, whose mission is to protect the health of people and ecosystems in our local region. I many things to say here, and as is my custom, I'm speaking extemporaneously, save the more technical points for written comments. And I'd say the phrase "hindsight is 2020" sure has all the more meaning at this point in time. And if we could go back and start the whole process over again, what led to the first passage of this moratorium in 2016 and its subsequent extensions through the years. I heard Trevor say this is the 10th time, but I honestly have lost count. We would do things differently if we could go back. I'm sure council members would agree. We could have taken a different course. And it was never intended that this temporary interim moratorium would be extended for over 4 years. And I do hope and request, and I think everyone and our supporters can agree that we do hope this is, in fact, the last time that you will vote to extend this ordinance for 6 more months. And I would, though, speak to the necessity for it. Though, I mean, I've heard, some have made points that maybe nothing will happen if it gets lifted. But the fact is that we are in an ongoing policymaking process with new development rules pending passage by council once they're finalized. And to lift it now would essentially, create an opening for certain applicants to apply for permits that could circumvent future regulations. This is why the county places moratoriums in general. And it should be noted, of course, that the moratorium applies to a very, very narrow set of projects. It does not apply to industrial projects generally. It does not apply in any way to fossil fuel refineries, nor to the existing transshipment terminal at Cherry Point, the Petrogas terminal, in that unless they were expanding, projects that expanded transshipment of fossil fuels not being processed, consumed, or refined in Cherry Point. Would note also that with other provisions of the Cherry Point amendments being packaged together in the Shoreline Management Program 2021 update, which is anticipated to be passed by June, I would note that either those could be packaged together with the main Cherry Point amendments ordinance, or hopefully passed before this current moratorium expires, and would recommend please vote tonight. And we also look forward to engaging with you at our next work session to continue our work with the stakeholder group, and hope to resolve and reach a final conclusion of this long process. So thank you so much for your time and consideration and hard work late into the evening.
The next speaker is listed as Tyler. Go ahead, Tyler. You have 3 minutes. Please state your full name for the record.
Tyler Achigasso. I live in Bellingham. I simply joined in to beg the county council to continue to extend the moratorium on development of the Cherry Point facilities for fossil fuel extraction, and basically want to ask the county council to think long and hard and look themselves in the mirror and consider 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, when your kids and grandkids are, choking on smoke for 30 days out of the summer, 60 days out of the summer, who knows? When they ask you what you did when you had the power to do something about it, are you going to say that you prioritize some short-term economic gains, or did you consider the long-term implications of a habitable future for them and future generations? That's all. I yield my time.
If anybody else would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon on your screen. And this is to comment on AB 2020-520 regarding the Cherry Point moratorium. The next speaker is Patrick Alessi. Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay. I know that the council has worked on this very hard. And, the issue of what happens at Cherry Point has been going on for years and years. At one time, Selson Anvil wanted to put a big facility there to build oil rigs. And I remember what I was telling people then, and my kids didn't like this statement. People said they want this for their jobs, and I tell them, I'm telling my kids to get a good job and to be ready to travel. Now, my two kids never liked that. We have a wonderful place to live in here. We have people who come here and work because they like to play here. So you people at the county council need to make a decision on this. And I'm just saying, go carefully, go slowly. We're getting smarter on the environment. We're going to do a better job. I just want you to do your best on this. Thanks.
The next speaker is Marcus D. Go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Yeah, this is Marcus D. Stidham. I just I have weighed in on this issue over all these years dealing with this issue, and as a displaced fisherman, I challenge all of those professionals out there who feel that they might be displaced by too much green in your lives. Let me tell you, if you actually embrace green technologies, I invite you to have your electricians unions, your carpenters unions, your pipe fitters, your boiler makers. I mean, think about how you'd apply yourself in green technologies, because that's what I think we really need to embrace. I'm definitely for extending the moratorium as a displaced fisherman many years ago, and I've come to realize that's our waters, the Salish Sea, still suffers greatly. It tears me up to look at our tide pools. I spent my teens and my early 20s, my 30s on Lummi Island as a fisherman in a tiny home village where it stabilized me so much. I mean, not that whole time, but from time to time, I found myself a place called the Ghetto, and it was community. And I fed a nation from my hovel by the sea, and I had an intimate relationship with J-Pod, and I prefer to keep it that way. So please extend the moratorium, make it permanent. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. We will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the council.
Move for approval.
Second.
Frazee moves, Donovan seconds, discussion. Councilmember Ellenboss.
I'd like to speak against the motion. We never needed a moratorium. We didn't need it in 2016. We don't need it now. We most certainly don't need an emergency moratorium. We've made a farce out of our own systems here. A 4-year emergency moratorium. Come on, man. That's not what emergency legislation is for. We all know that. And yeah, I could speak for hours on it. I'll spare it for you. We don't need it. We never needed it. And we'll talk about it more in the future.
Just for clarity, Ben, this is not an emergency moratorium. The only emergency moratorium that was ever passed was a 2-week moratorium in August of 2016. These last batch have been what they call interim ordinances, which is a different process. It doesn't fall under the emergency. It's a 6-month ordinance rather than the 2-month emergency. So there's a little bit of difference there. I get what you're saying. It started out as an emergency, but the latest, all of our interim ordinances were not done as emergency ordinances. Further discussion, Councilmember Donovan?
I was really hoping the one 2 times ago was the last one we're going to do, and then the next one was going to be the last one we're going to do. Then COVID hit. But I want to point out that when we, and I think we're really close, that a lot of this people commenting here, we're recommending the stakeholder group, and the process is going on. I'm really confident that that's getting us very close to getting these things done. So when that is done and those code changes are adopted, that will be replacing this, and it will not be a 6-month moratorium. So I'm looking forward to them helping us finish this out sooner than later. Wish it was sooner than now. So I will support this. But I wish it was the last one a couple times ago.
Councilmember Frazee.
Yes, and I also support the moratorium. And I just want, I appreciate what the stakeholder group they're doing, and they're moving forward. And let's do this one more time, hopefully only one more time, and then let the stakeholder group come together and continue their work.
Anything else from council? Okay, let's take the vote.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
No.
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Was that a no, Tyler?
Yeah.
That
Yes,
passes,
good no.
that passes 4-3. All right, that's the end of our public hearings. We now go into the open public session. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak about any items that is relevant to county business. I think the folks have been with us long enough now. We may not need to play that video since we've been doing this all night. What do you think, Kathy?
I think Frank's been waiting a long time.
He has been waiting a long time. I want to get Frank up first. Okay, we will open the public session, and so please call speakers.
Okay, the first speaker is Frank James. Go ahead, Frank.
Now I'm unmuted. Before I speak, I have a question, and it just simply isn't very clear. Our park district passed an ordinance that passed the levy and sent it to you folks. And then what I heard today was that somehow isn't moving forward. And I want to find out what the facts are. I looked through your agenda, and there are 3 documents in there, what we passed, and 2 other draft documents, one of which is highlighted in yellow, one of which is highlighted in green. And I just want to know has your decision process been, and what is the current status of this issue, particularly since there won't be any hearing on it? That's a question.
Frank, we usually don't take questions and you don't do Q&A during public session. I don't really kind of know how to
Well,
proceed.
I don't know what the process is, and it isn't clear. Why is there a document with green highlighted and it says received with a question mark on it? And is that the document we're working with, or is it the document that simply authorizes the amount that our levy had put in it, the $695,000? I mean, it isn't clear what your process is. I don't know what you're doing, and you haven't made it clear to me. And I'm president of the commission that authorized this. We're a public agency that deserves the respect of the county council. We were elected too. So what is going on? Now you can not answer my question, I suppose, and make it perfectly clear that the process is terribly flawed. The Chuckanut Park District, the Chuckanut Community Forest Park District, has a main purpose to preserve the ecological, recreational, educational values of that land. We also have done extremely extensive activities in terms of completing animal and plant studies. We've done restorations efforts. We've done design charrettes for the trails. We are not simply a place that raises money to pay back the city. There was a case that went all the way would have gone to the Supreme Court had we not won earlier, to prove that that is not the purpose that we exist for. So I honestly don't understand your process, and I find it very unfortunate that it wasn't more clearly laid out in your documents that you shared. And with that, I'll let the lawyer for the district answer further questions later on. Thank you.
So I'm going to pause the public comment period for a moment, because I think that's an important question that you just asked, Frank. And I don't know who here may be able to answer that, but I see there's a couple council members with hands up. So I'm going to go and try to address that, starting with Mr. Donovan and then Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I guess this is more of a point of order, because I would really like to address the things that Mr. James has brought up, and all of his points are true and valid. But I do want to respect the way we do public comment. So I would hope we just hear comment, and then when we get to this agenda item, we discuss it as we would normally do. Otherwise, we have to have a conversation about how we change the way we do open session. And it is awkward, and I apologize to the speakers out there, but
I agree, it's awkward, but I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that about Frank's question, because I think it is important. Councilmember Brown.
I normally would 100% agree with Mr. Donovan, but I just want to bring up the fact that Mr. Frank James is also, Dr. Frank James is also the county health officer for San Juan County, and he's been working his behind off both in San Juan and in Whatcom on the COVID issue, and I'm sure the guy's exhausted. So I want to bend the rules a little bit just to at least inform him as what the process was, so he can go back to bed, because I'm sure he's got a lot to do tomorrow. The process is each of the districts provide us with information for us to certify the levy. Today we received a letter from two parties making the point.
Point of order. I just want to say we're making one person more valuable because they have a position. And I don't think I think we're going off track, and maybe he can write us, or we can talk to him tomorrow.
This is coming up later on the agenda in your committee, right, Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember whether it's a supplemental or not, but we have a point of order. I'm not sure if that's discussion or not, but historically we have addressed people during, or at least I have. But at the very least, after everyone got done talking, we have mentioned and spoken about issues. So we could always do it that way too. But if someone has a question and it's within their 3 minutes, I don't see the problem answering their question if we could do it within 3 minutes, but personal.
One more quick comment from Mr. Ellenboss, and then I'm going to go back to and open the comments session again, I think, and because we do have people lined up. Councilmember Ellenboss?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I wouldn't say that we're giving him special treatment because he's a health officer, but maybe because he's an elected official about the issue that we're talking about. But can we suspend the rules? I mean, can we make a motion to suspend the rules and then deal with this thing and then go back? Or is that outside of what we do?
There is actually no formal rules to
Okay.
suspend. It's kind of just a practice.
If the point of order is upheld, then I'll shut up. If the point of order is not upheld, I would like another 15 seconds to finish my comments.
Councilmember Frazee, since that's your call.
Go for it. As long as we're not saying someone is more valuable, their words are more valuable than someone else's.
It's not that they're more valuable. It's just, anyway, I won't spend the 15 seconds on that. To explain to Dr. James, we received a request to amend the amount of the levy based on that information. We had a discussion with the county treasurer to understand if the numbers were correct. And then the county council's legal counsel, Karen Frakes, pointed out to us that we do not get, as a council, we do not have an authority to get into negotiating the amount. So that's all I wanted to say at this point.
Okay, let's save the rest of that conversation for when the item comes around. Unless Mr. Donovan, you got something quick?
Yeah, I would love to respond to that and some other things, but I don't think it's fair to open this discussion up unless we're going to have the finance committee right now, because that was a inadequate answer.
Okay, so we will open back up the open public session. Could we have the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Marcus D., followed by Josh, and then Tom O'Brien. Go ahead, Marcus.
Hi, guys. I just want to get back with you and reiterate the great stuff that's going on right now in dealings with the city of Bellingham and the group that's out front on the city lawn. It's really groundbreaking. I encourage you all to engage the negotiations there and to stretch your brains around being part of the solutions there. I think that if you fund it now, then you can easily bear the minimal amount of perhaps extra care that might be needed for some of the people that you do see out here. These are our citizens. The people you see on the lawn right now are the people who are unable to take shelter in Bellingham, and so they've been in the ditches, and they've been pushed around on C Street and D Street and up and down Holly Street and at Maritime Heritage Park and in Whatcom Creek Basin. It's heartbreaking. They came in bedraggled, damaged from a long summer. The COVID time has not been easy on those folks. There's more people joining them. There's going to be a wave coming. We have to face it together. We need to come up with a program that's going to work, a working model where citizens can have easier access, lowering barriers so that even community organizations can come forward and say, we want to host a village so that we can help these people and help them help themselves and watch them help themselves and help them get jobs and help them get back into community and transition. And that's what this is all about. This program will work. It's the cheapest, it's the bestest thing. And Bellingham can do it. Whatcom County can do it. You can do it. Step out on a limb and make the purchase right now with these emergency dollars. And then let's work together towards seeing how much social work is needed and then fund that in the future instead of hotel rooms and leases and on and on and on with the same things that haven't been working. I implore you to make a change and step forward boldly with the emergency dollars available, CARES dollars, every penny. every penny. If you can afford to hire somebody to come in and train people to be the social person that we need, then that's a smart thing. Think outside the box to get everybody inside boxes. It's all on us. I appreciate all of you, and I yield.
The next speaker is Josh, followed by Tom O'Brien and then Bill Geyer. Go ahead, Josh. Please state your full name for the record.
Hey, my name's Joshua Levinson again, and I've been a resident for 30 years in Bellingham, and I do think it's important to particularly find housing for the people who have been trying to get by in Bellingham for an extended period of time, trying to make that housing more and more stable and give like access opportunities to get affordable rental and potentially ownership property. In terms of just these like tiny homes that we're building, I should do more research and I hope they will be mobile tiny homes. And my proposal would be just to start at assuming schools are not opening in the spring, start by making some space out in the backyards of the schools, which are completely empty buildings that are probably still being heated and still have like full septic sewer systems. So allowing people to just have access to the bathrooms in the schools and potentially have mobile homes set up in front of like Whatcom Middle School on that big paved parking lot area, as well as potentially using things from like Civic Field, the big parking lot area. And then trying to set up a more stable long-term solution where some of these affordable housing options could be set up at the bottom of U Street and find a way to negotiate using some of that free empty land, like maintaining 99% of it for a reserve area and keeping Galbraith and all the greatest things that we love about the mountain bike parks and stuff, but some of the outskirts, edges along that land, making it a slightly more permanent option for those affordable housing units. And then just allowing people, residents in Bellingham, to make tiny homes on their property where people can have an extra affordable unit. So changing the kind of permitting that we have so that all the residents of Bellingham can do more to make sure that young people, working class, lower income people at like 30% of AMI can also have an option to have a semi-sustainable housing option. And as another long-term solution for any times that we might have economic hardship and larger homeless populations that just pop up, I think we should look at building like a short-term housing option that's like pods. So like Tokyo style apartments where you can have housing that's available for $5 or $10 a night, just giving the tiny minimum of a safe, warm, clean, basic shelter, and not have this additional $10 a night fee that just puts a more regressive tax on lower income people. Making these options, there's so many different steps and it needs way more than 3 minutes to talk about. But thank you, and I hope you guys do find a meaningful solution.
Next speaker is Tom O'Brien. Go ahead, Tom.
Good evening, Council. Thank you all so much for all you've done today and all you do in general. I've actually been watching most of the day so that I can be a little bit more understanding and comprehend a little bit more of all that you have on your plate. I wanted to speak in advance of the introduction of Agenda Bill 2020-546, which comes later. And I want to thank Council Member Brown for introducing that bill for later. And I won't touch on that right now. I wanted to say that in watching the hearings today and the committees, I found that there are some buzzwords and keywords which come up quite regularly. Consensus, collaboration, and then we have the reality of votes. 4-3 is a regular occurrence. And we experience the same thing here in Point Roberts. We have an advisory committee which is pretty much the officially recognized committee to council. All other organizations really have to funnel through that. And the reason I'm thanking Councilman Brown is that this is the first time the effectiveness and the governance of Point Roberts through that committee has actually come into question, and it requires collaboration. And in January of this year, we sent to council a copy of a scope of work for consideration for Point Roberts. And in February, we were actually able to draft a consensus letter with the voters and the taxpayers. And then COVID hit. But that's still very much in play, and we've revisited it. And within that scope of work for consideration, there are actually areas where we can save the county money, and we can actually do some very solid green things. Soils retention, soils distribution projects with ditching and public works and engineering. And we put that out in January of 26. And we'd very much like to help council, help Point Roberts be collaborative, not just use the buzzwords. I think it's the relationship between county council and Point Roberts right now, and the PRCAC will play a role, but it hasn't been playing that role. And sometimes you have to say, well, even though it's the official organization, maybe there are other avenues for getting the information that are available now. And I thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Bill Geyer. Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, good evening, council members. This is Bill Geyer speaking regarding on Agenda Bill 2020-427. That's your resolution to certify tax district levies, specifically Exhibit number 29 regarding the Chuckanut Community Forest Parks District. First off, thank you to the Finance Committee today, the members for listening to some testimony that I provided, and also receiving the follow-up emails from myself, and also emails that you received from fellow district taxpayer Larry Horowitz. We support honoring the voters' mandate authorizing the Parks District to pay off the City of Bellingham $3.2 million loan. And that mandate was written in the original petition to formulate the district. It was written in the ballot measure placed before the voters, and that ballot measure passed by the voters in the district by only 129 votes with a 47% turnout. Now, even though the voters are split on this issue over the years, they have diligently paid taxes to the district, and they have paid down the loan now to only one payment remains in 2021. But now you are asked to certify the district 2021 tax levy for $695,000. Today, the county treasurer documented the 2021 beginning balance for the district will be $229,000. The proposed $695,000 levy can pay off the entire loan balance plus an additional $40,000 of administrative cost and leave a 2021 ending year balance of $250,000. An extra $250,000 of taxpayers' money is not needed because the loan will be paid off. Larry Horowitz requested the county council, and I agree, that you certify a levy of $500,000. We believe firmly from the figures, they don't lie, that that is a sufficient amount to pay off the loan balance, all administrative costs, and leave a minor amount for other miscellaneous charges. I appreciate the council's diligent effort on this. You had some very good discussion this afternoon, and I will observe online here as you proceed with this later on during the Finance Committee report. Thank you for your time, and have a pleasant evening.
The next speaker is Brel Froby, followed by Will, and then Heather Katahdin. Go ahead, Brel.
Good evening, Council. Again, my name is Brel Froby, Whatcom County resident. I just want to echo what Marcus was saying earlier about how we need to use these CARES dollars to buy shelter. I know that this is something that the council supported, but now there's some concern about this money, the sort of stipulations on this money. I know there's concerns about like whether there's a site and whether there's an operator for these shelters. And I just want to push back on what Council Member Brown was saying earlier about that the public needs to lower their expectations. I think that right now, we have at least two operators, at least three operators in the county. There's Homes Now, there's Roads to Home, and then there's also an emergent cooperative that's forming out of down at City Hall. And we are creating a beautiful model where we are just providing shelter, we're providing services, we're providing food, but most importantly, we're providing love and healing. We just found out today that over a third of our campers are stopping using drugs. They're kicking a drug habit because they feel safe in this place. They feel like this is a place that is healing to them. And we are ready to operate an emergency encampment. The city, I heard that there was concern about there not being land, that the county doesn't have the land, but that's where the city comes in. The city does have sites. And so you have operators and you have sites. And so I just urge you to put pressure on each other to make this CARES dollars happen. We're talking about 50 shelters through the CARES dollars. And 50 shelters is not even close to enough. There's over 700, probably more like 1,000 homeless people. And housing is a human right. Shelter is a human right, and it's a human basic need for survival. And if we're failing to provide that as a society, what does that say about us when we have people that are suffering from mental health disorders and substance abuse addiction, that are really, really suffering and need some support? It's up to us as a society to figure this out creatively. So, we need that CARES money for the 50 shelters, and we need another 50. We need to find at least 100 shelters to house the people that are on City Hall's lawns right now. There's around 100 people, and we need to get them in heated shelters because they're going to die out there in the cold. So please think creatively. Do to buy those 50 shelters and find money for more. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Will, followed by Heather Katahdin, Wendy Harris, and Larry Horowitz. Go ahead, Will. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, this is Will Marks. I'd like to thank Council for their enduring efforts this evening. I would similarly like to echo the sentiments and pleas of Marcus, spoke earlier about getting as many pallet shelters as we can and as quickly as possible. The need experienced by our neighbors is urgent. Housing in the wet and cold is of the utmost importance, and we have the money to do this. You know that we have the spaces to put these shelters if you collaborate with the city, if you collaborate with large landowners around. There are lots of places to put small shelters. There is a ton of open space around. These are human beings who need our help. And that is ultimately the purpose of government, is to help those in need. And so that's what I'm calling on you to do this evening, is really dig deep and do the best that you can for these people who are out there who are having a very tough time living. And, as Brell stated, there are a huge number of people in the Camp 210 who are really working hard now to kick a drug habit, given that they're being treated like humans now, which is ultimately the goal here, is to reintegrate these people into society, like really bring them back in, open your arms and find the resources within the budget to help those in need. Thank you. I yield my time.
The next speaker is Heather Katahdin. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, hi, council and community. Heather Katahdin speaking. Thank you for your listening attention, and happy birthday to the two Whiskey Boys. Thank you especially for being here on council today and all day long in meetings, and to the public's listening attention. I've watched the process of our multiple government systems not being able to secure safe locations or vetted operators to give adequate safe winter shelter capacity. For the last couple years, I've listened to city council, county council, and homeless strategy work group meetings. It's November 24th, 2020, and it's discouraging for me to witness the lack of adequate shelter care for our most vulnerable citizens, many with complex medical issues and with brain disorders. I give thanks to council's willingness to think outside of the box and to consider a decision to purchase small portable shelters before you have all the plan details of locations and operators worked out. I've witnessed the effort and work council has done during past winters, and I know our local community has respect for how challenging your tasks are. With the global virus, there is no greater need for citizens without family or homes to have access to non-conglomerate safe shelter, non-group room shelters. Summer tents that can be flattened by severe winds or by strong rain downpour or the effects of snow and ice are not safe for human winter shelter. Thankfully tonight, our skies have cleared, the winds have calmed, and the temperatures are still above freezing in the lowlands. I appreciate your hard work as public servants and trust you will do your best. May you experience thanks this weekend for the blessings in your lives. I yield the rest of my time.
The next speaker is Wendy Harris. Go ahead, Wendy. Wendy Harris is the next speaker. Go ahead, Wendy, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Good evening, council. I'd like to speak to the wildlife risk reduction program that you heard about this morning in natural resources. And I find it ironic that we were talking about unnecessary expenses and getting rid of things that are unnecessary so we have additional funding. And then I see this wildlife risk reduction program. It is already against the law to burn your outdoor tree debris and prune your trees and burn, whatever falls into your yard, and yet that's a common practice. And I have written to you extensively about this, and I've been ignored. And that's because the smoke from those burns are killing me, and they're making other people sick. And there is a Whatcom point, 173-425-040, that says in areas with a reasonable alternative to burning, and that includes unincorporated areas, that you must go through a prioritized system where if there are what's known as available and reasonably economical ways of reducing burning, you must do that first before you burn. And that includes chipping, which is mentioned here. It includes things like recycling, and we have those services here. There's, it's actually listed in a prioritized order of what you're supposed to do. And I believe the first one is chipping. And since that's the law, why are we spending money on programs and putting out these flyers that make it seem like it's optional? And the Northwest Clean Air Agency does that as well. And these are the kinds of things that make me very angry, because I'd like to know why my rights aren't being observed and taken care of when it's the law, and other people are allowed to break the law and nothing happens to them. And so I know you can't respond to me, but I'd like you to go back and look at what you reviewed, and then take a look at the WAC that I cited, 173-425-140. I'm sorry, 040. And somebody needs to get back to me on what appears to be sort of this mishmash, or us not of us treating as optional something that's legal, and to make matters worse, spending money on it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Larry Horowitz, followed by Bob Carmichael, and then Eddie Yuri. Go ahead, Larry.
Good evening, Council. Regarding the tax levy for the Chuckanut Community Forest Park District, I simply wanted to add that we have been in touch with 3 of the 5 district commissioners. It is our understanding that these 3 commissioners are open to reducing the levy request at an upcoming meeting of theirs. These commissioners understand that the levy request submitted represents a substantial overtax of property owners in the Park District and violates the will of the voters who authorized the Park District in 2013. They also understand that the deadline for certification has been extended. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bob Carmichael, followed by Eddie Yuri. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, council members. I am glad that you did receive some advice from Karen Frakes on the Chuckanut Community Forest Park District levy. I represent the Park District as their legal counsel. I know you have computers and check statutes from time to time, so in case Ms. Frakes didn't give you the authority, it's RCW 84.52.070, 84.52.070, subsection 1, that clearly states that it's the duty of the legislative authority of the county on or before the 30th day of November each year to certify to the assessor the respective amounts of the levies of the boards of the taxing districts within the county. That's a paraphrase, but that's what it says. And if the commissioners end up changing their mind and there's an opportunity to meet again and get this back to the county, that's certainly a possibility. But right now, the commissioners have voted to levy the amount they've levied, and that was done following a public hearing with a lot of public comment, actually, on what the rate should be. There's a couple things I want to point out because I think it's important for the council to understand that while it's been represented to you that the sole purpose of the Park District was to pay off the loan of the city endowment fund, that is not accurate. In fact, we had a lawsuit that included that question. And one of the main arguments of the plaintiffs, who were the Furlans, challenging the validity of the Park District and the tax levy early on, was an argument that the sole purpose of the district was to pay off the levy, and that made it illegal. And the truth is that every court that looked at it rejected that argument and agreed with the Park District that that wasn't the sole purpose of the Park District. In fact, if you look at the ballot measure, it's clear that the Park District is granted all the authorities of any metropolitan park district. It's right in the explanatory statement. And there's a number of provisions that would indicate that the purpose, the real purpose, is to protect the community forest. And in that context, the Park District has done a number of things. It negotiated a conservation easement for perpetual protection. It commissioned a scientific baseline study, environmental study, to make sure that the environmental values would be protected. It's reviewed the trail plans, and it's done a number of things. It will require additional money to dedicate the conservation easement to a qualified organization like a land trust. And that's not a cost that's been factored into what Mr. Geyer or Mr. Horowitz mentioned. I will stay around for the agenda item in case you have further questions.
The next speaker is Eddie Yuri. Go ahead, Eddie.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eddie Yuri, and I am speaking now in support of a resolution that was passed by the Whatcom County Planning Commission on October 22nd, 2020, which states, the resolution calls on Whatcom County to create a citizen advisory body to address the issue of public participation in our local government and to recommend improvements. And I believe that this is urgently needed. And as perhaps just a mini example of why, this resolution that was included as part of the agenda packet for planning commissioners at their public meeting has still not been posted to be made available to the public in any ascertainable form. It's not on the website. It's not shown in the meeting materials or as part of the agenda, even though it was passed over a month ago. There have been no minutes prepared in draft form or otherwise for the Planning Commission meetings that were where the Cherry Point amendments were worked on, the ones that have occurred as of yet between November 2019 and August 2020, no minutes were posted. And audio is not available for the 2019 minutes. Now, given that there's over 40 hours of recorded audio for these meetings, for an ongoing policymaking process that council is working through right now with stakeholders and community members engaged, and there being certain items that the Planning Commission discussed that will be coming up in future council meetings. The fact that we don't have a record of motions, a record of decisions that were made, even just the basic materials of slide, what was presented, what was shown, what was discussed. This creates a problem for public process, for transparency, and for good government. And it is, in fact, illegal. The Open Public Meetings Act clearly states unambiguously that minutes must be prepared, and published promptly. And whatever promptly means, I'm sure reasonable people would agree that over a year is not prompt. And also that leads to greater inaccuracies in those records. It puts a burden on the public to be able to find simple information. It can be very challenging. So, these are things that we've made numerous requests on again and again, politely, with urgency, and have had, and again, I don't want anyone to take this as a disparagement of county staff, who I know are doing a good, doing hard work in challenging circumstances with great workloads in a challenging year. But these problems did exist before 2020 and continue to. And there's just a basic minimum level of expectation. And as far as there's other issues of public process I'd like to discuss more. I think a citizen advisory board could assist the county in improving some of the issues that I know you are struggling with as well here, and sitting in over your 14th hour of meetings today with the rest of the agenda left to do. So I think these are problems that we can solve, and encourage you to create and appoint this advisory board. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak during the open session, if you could please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon on your computer or dialing *9 if you're joining by phone. There are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. We will close the open session.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Certainly. Go ahead, Mr. Donovan.
I'd like to move item 4 from other items about the taxing districts to this point in the agenda for consideration right now, since there's no public comment on that.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. That's item number 4, you said. Got it.
And then I would like to move to approve this, and as we have it in the agenda.
Well, we have to do the first motion first.
Sorry.
That's okay. Any discussion on just to reorder the agenda? Okay, please call the roll.
Can I just clarify, this is item 4, AB 2020-531? Is that correct?
472.
Can you please clarify which item you're moving?
472 about the taxing districts.
Thank you. Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Okay, Mr. Donovan, and your next motion?
Yeah, I would like to move that we approve the proposal as stated, and I'd like to discuss that if there is a second.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, so this is an unusual thing, I guess, for the council that I guess playing catch up with the assessor complying with this RCW that says we certify these taxing districts taxes that they're going to levy. It's a pretty perfunctory duty that we are asked to perform. We are not asked to perform interfering in the operations of these districts. And I was really disturbed by the discussion earlier today that would be a consideration that we schedule extra meetings to do that. The arguments that we've heard about pulling one of these items from a particular parks district, because two taxpayers in that district have come to us saying they don't like the tax, is really opening, I think, a very dangerous situation for council to be in, where anybody from any taxing district or any city can come and say, I don't like this thing that you're going to be certifying. I want you to ask that district to go re-examine what they're doing, reconsider what they're doing, interfere in the affairs of that district. That district has been elected. They have commissioners who are elected, just like city council people are elected. That district was established by a vote. I don't care whether it's 100 votes or not. I think that was a pretty, I'm sorry, I won't go there. It's essentially like we're being asked to stage a coup against an elected district and interfere with their affairs, and we have no authority to do that. So I move we approve this thing. It allows other districts to come in later and revise their things. I think it's inappropriate for us to ask any of these districts to reinvent or revisit their taxes. So I move we approve this as it is written.
And Mr. Brown already seconded. So Mr. Brown, discussion?
I'd added that I would agree with the idea of moving this for approval, but for slightly different reasons. The way it was presented to us before was that, I guess the way I saw it is that effectively there'd been an error in the computation of the amount of tax that needed to be collected, and therefore the request was for the council to approve a smaller amount in order to retire the loan. This is the first year, seven years on the council. This is the first year I've done this. I think it's the first year any of us done this, because of a change in the process in the assessor's office. So I was not familiar with our role in this process. So the second part is Karen Frakes, our county council's legal counsel, has made it clear we have no right, we have no authority to amend. So we just certify. So it's actually not our role to amend this at all. I think the applicants for the amendment need to go back to the elected body and argue the case as to why their numbers should be adjusted. And there is a couple of days to do that before we finish this process on the 30th. So,
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I will go back to the argument that we got from to taxpayers who are upset about a tax in their district was based on an argument in a ballot pamphlet that does not represent any standing legal, any law, that the district was established for some sole purpose. And I hope people are familiar with this district, but that ballot pamphlet also states by one of the people who brought this complaint forward that the district could never sunset and tax forever and, you know, issue bonds and everything, which is contradicting that applicant's argument. But those ballot pamphlet arguments are not material to the purpose of the district. And if the purpose of the district is contested, it should be contested within the representative structure of that district. And it's not just this issue here. It's like, because Mr. Brown's right, we haven't done this before, but we can't be in a position where we're going to be doing this and people are going to come to us and say, you know, I don't like Ferndale's tax on this. Can you go back to Ferndale and tell them, you know, just get back to us in a few days and change that. So it's a weird new process that we're going through here, but I think we're going down a dangerous road when we're talking about scheduling new meetings, which was none of my problems early this afternoon, to ask these districts with their own representatives, their commissioners who are elected, and their voters who have powers to deal with this and to dissolve those districts if they want to say, hey, the county council wants you to revisit. So I want to establish now that we are not in the business of doing that, and we are not going to be doing that.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thanks. All right. So I can't vote on something I don't understand at the end of the day. And I say this all the time, and I can't vote on something that doesn't have all the information. And so when it comes to the finance committee meeting, there's literally highlighted items in there that lack information and fields aren't filled out because we haven't received it from other jurisdictions. And it's the very first time we've ever seen it because the council has never done it. And no one, even the staff or the assessor's office, can tell us what the columns represent, or we're trying to search for code. Todd, I can't figure out how you feel comfortable voting for that, and why you wouldn't want to take the maximum amount of time and schedule one more meeting to get a better understanding of what it is that we're being asked to approve. You don't, like, up until that point in time, you didn't know what our legal authority was. I didn't know what it was either. And so it puts us in a really difficult spot just to blindly approve things one way or another. So when I make a motion in finance committee to say, hey, if the deadline's on the 30th, let's kick it out and have another meeting on the 30th, it's because I'm willing to take the time and invest that extra energy into understanding what it is before I vote on it. So that's important to me. And I argue the same thing all the time. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because, again, I feel like maybe you weren't addressing me specifically earlier with your comments, but it felt like it was in relation to that motion and that desire to move forward. Now, we aren't telling that district, hey, you have to go change this dollar amount and come back to us with a new dollar amount. I understand that's what two people who wrote into us asked for. But what we were saying to them was, hey, what's your stance, and can you come and give us feedback on why you're not retiring in the district and what's going on here and why you're moving forward this way. Again, more information is better than less information. And so I don't know why we would not take that opportunity to understand it. And why you feel like, from a legal standpoint, the ballot and the pros and cons aren't material. I feel the entirely opposite. I mean, if I'm relying on those statements as a voter to approve that, and now they can just change because the information wasn't provided to me, 99% of voters aren't going to go look at the WACs. I mean, if it had to go through multiple court cases to get to that point of having those decisions, you can't expect the individuals know that. If it's coming to the county council, who's supposed to be doing this every year, and we've never even seen it before, and we don't understand it, you can't expect the voters reading it in a pamphlet to understand it. So what they can understand is the pros and the cons that are given to them. And so, I mean, personally, I would say that morally they should retire that, and they should go back to the voters and ask for more. But that's not what I was asking for in finance. What I was asking for is let's extend it out. Let's have another meeting. Let's better understand this so we can grasp what's happening today, so that we can get all the other districts and the missing information that we didn't have, and so that we can give that district an opportunity to review those concerns by their voters and address them. It was that simple. And so I won't vote for this today because I would still like the exact same thing to occur.
Councilmember Brown.
First off, Dana Brown Davis, the clerk, has reminded us that we're dealing with a substitute version of this ordinance. So that's the first, which is almost as a complete list. But the other side of it is, I understand Mr. Byrd's questions. I don't take issue with his desire to question this, but I think maybe this helps, is that there's several roles that the council has where our job is to certify something, but our job is not to judge something. In other words, it's not our job to judge the intent, whether the intent of the ballot initiative has been done. That's under the RCW. Our sole job is to certify the amount that has been presented to us by the elected body, whether it's the forest district or a cemetery district. If we disagree with the amount, perhaps because we're a constituent in that district, the job is to go back to the body and argue that, but as an individual, but not as a council. That's simply not our role in this, any more than it's our role to sort of say, well, we didn't like who got elected, we didn't like who the auditor said won the most votes, so we need to dispute the election because we didn't like that number. It doesn't work that way.
Donovan and then Byrd.
And I'm responding to Ms. Byrd. I'm not saying I did not understand this. I mean, it was in our packet. You could look up the RCW. It gives this very vague role for the council that is to certify. The thing we're voting right now says that districts can come back and they can make changes to what's in there. The actual information from this district was provided to us, and that got into some confusion, I guess, if you're using the old school packet or Legistar or whatever, but that information was there. But when you speak about you want to go back to them retiring the districts, like, okay, I want to go back to Linden and say, I don't think you should have this tax on that. That's just completely not our role. That's completely inappropriate. And as far as the ballot pamphlet, I mean, we had an attorney with us in the afternoon meeting telling us we're way out of line when we're going to try to make decisions about this stuff. And I actually do know a bit about voter intent interpreted by ballot initiatives. That's kind of my side jobs. So whatever you might think or feel about the law, there is this law that we're ignoring. Or that we're playing the role. It's not our job to say this district has this purpose. It's the job of the courts versus the job of the voters in that district. So I actually think I really do understand this fairly well, and we're really out of line here having this discussion. We should just approve this ordinance as it is and go forward.
Mr. Byrd.
Todd, I mean this with all due respect, and I know usually people say that and they don't. It's contrary, but listen, you're like a unicorn in this situation, right? I mean, you literally teach this stuff for a living, and then you do it in the evenings in your time off, or whatever extra time you have for a living. And so, of course, you're going to understand it. It's what you've done for years and years and years. But my argument isn't that. I mean, what I'm saying is, most of us didn't understand it. We don't know what's in the packet, and we're asking for more time to understand it. And Councilmember Brown, I understand what you're saying, and I'm okay with that. But my issue is I don't know what my legal authority is. I don't know what my legal duty is. I don't know anything about why I'm necessarily seeing this, because we were trying to rush it through a committee based on already being over time and trying to get to the remaining items. And so literally asking people like, hold on, can we maybe have another meeting so we can come back and talk about this because we've run out of time and can't discuss the item further. To me, that's not why I was elected. I wasn't elected to pass stuff just because someone tells me, that's your job, just vote yes. Is that what we all feel like? If someone tells you vote yes, it's your job? For me, I feel like I have to comprehend the documents and I have to have all of the information. And that's what I'm asking for. Asking them to go back and address that, to me, isn't telling them you have to change what you've given us. It's asking them to address the concerns and give us more information. But I can't say whether my right or my job or my duty is to change that, modify it, pass it. Can I not vote on it? What happens if we vote no and tell them we disagree? We're not going to certify this. Can I pull that one item out of the entire document? We can't do that with the supplemental budget request. So could I do it here? Even the modified version still has empty slots in it. Is that because we don't have the information? Or is it because it's not relevant or because it's a zero? I don't know. So again, I don't feel comfortable with it. I'm asking for the 30th, knowing that's our end deadline and hoping maybe they could get together and address something and come back to us while we're getting the rest of it. But yeah, all right, yeah, I don't need to kill this thing, so thanks.
Councilmember Donovan.
No, and I want to support Mr. Byrd on that. I totally, yeah, I mean, I get that. This is an unusual kind of new thing for us. But it's, I guess my mode is, that's when I ask our legal counsel or I ask the treasurer. So I'm comfortable kind of deferring to where they are on this, but I understand that, yeah, I could see it. I understand that you'd want more information, but I guess I'm not just speaking, and don't take me as like the information source on this. That's where I'm at. I get where you're at.
Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Could you repeat the motion again? My brain's fading.
It's to approve the item that is in our agenda, and I just killed my packet here. But
it's AB 2024-72.
Okay. Point of order, yes. Can we talk? Point of order. Can we just make sure we've identified the correct version for the record? Mm. So. So if we go to Legistar, is it the one listed substitute 1124?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So second item on Legistar listed 1124 in that 2020. And if I can just point out Cemetery District 2 and Cemetery District 11 and Point Roberts Park and Columbia Valley Park have not put forward their numbers. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. Councilmember Donovan and then Alan Boss.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the legislation is written for them to have the time to bring that in. And I know that our staff is working with the assessor to get them to get that information in. And we can always amend it after the fact when they get that in. But actually, at least I think it is written so that they can get in by the 30th.
If they go past the 30th, they cannot increase it from the last year.
Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe we should wait till the 30th to get all the information, but yeah.
Any other final discussion? Councilmember Kirchner?
Yeah, just real quick. I'm going to vote yes on this, and my yes vote means that I'm certifying the results that are in front of us are the results that are in front of us and nothing more. So if the additional items come in, I'll take a look at that, and if we have to take a separate vote on those, I'll vote accordingly. But my yes vote tonight just means I'm certifying that the information in front of us is indeed the information in front of us.
I totally concur with that. Any further discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Yeah. Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes 6-1. So we're going to rewind back to turning it over to Mr. Byrd and the consent agenda to begin.
Okay. Dana, that document was very helpful, by the way, with the cover letter and the stuff or the changes and everything attached. Thanks for sending it out.
Great. You're welcome.
All right. So consent agenda. All right. We have items AB 2020-528, AB 2020-529, AB 2020-530, AB 2020-531, AB 2020-532, AB 2020-533, AB 2020-534, AB 2020-537, AB 2020-539, AB 2020-540, AB 2020-541, AB 2020-547, AB 2020-548, AB 2020-550. And I really should have just said the consent agenda. Those were approved in finance, and I so move.
That was a great string of numbers you just rattled off. Okay, so the consent agenda has been moved. Do we have any discussion on that motion? Councilmember Frazee.
Yeah, I don't know if this needs to be a motion or just a suggestion for the executive, is that when we do put out, we are giving money and we are having our contracts, if we could have, like we did for the Child Care CARES Act Fund, when we gave out money, we made sure to put a statement saying, upon receipt of the contract, please be sure to read through all of the contractual obligations. And I would just like to say, including the non-discrimination clause, and making sure that that's in bold, and that the groups that are getting the money make sure they know that the non-discrimination clause is there, and that if the agency is known to go against that and not comply, that they do need to give the money back. And I don't know if that's a motion or just a suggestion for the exec, but I'm open to suggestions from the council.
I guess I would just ask, the last time we asked this question, the executive's office told us that language was already in those contracts. Maybe that's true this time as well. I don't know. Does the executive's office have an answer? Okay, Ms. Frazee.
I think the last time when we sent out the letter they gave out, they made sure to put that in bold and to remind people that that is what government, one of our, it's a clause that's important and needs to be complied with.
I believe it is true, but I'll make sure again that it is in all the documents wherever we give assistance like that, that they follow. It's the same. The federal law is the same. When we get money from federal law, all these kind of regulations we are supposed to abide by. And when we take the federal money and spend it or use it, we have to follow the same. And those people have to follow the same. But we will make sure, as per council's wishes.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, because I know there's a lot of agencies doing a lot of good work throughout the county, and I just want to make sure, like, it's not just we either have childcare or we have non-discrimination. I think we can have both, and I think we need to push that and make sure all agencies are doing that. If we're giving government money, I know some agencies have beliefs and all that, but because we are giving government money, I would like to make sure that there's not discrimination occurring.
Sure.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I mean, I share Ms. Fraser's concerns, and I've expressed them beforehand. I thought about this after our conversation this afternoon, and I have a feeling that enforcing a contract by asking for the money back is probably pretty difficult. I believe in the case of construction contracts with the Department of Transport, they have a 3 strikes you're out policy. So the first strike, something happens, and the third strike, you're defined as an ineligible vendor for future contracts or something like that. There's some mechanism that the state uses for other contracts, and we may want to look at something that mirrors that, because if nothing else, we'll know it'll stand up in law.
Any other discussion on the consent agenda? Please call the roll.
Tyler had his hand up. I was trying to point, but I don't know where he is when
I'm sorry. Yeah, you got a lot going on there. You're kind of disappear into that wall, but go ahead, Mr. Byrd.
We're working on blending in. Councilmember Brown, in the contracts that we've had, they'll do holdbacks. So 10% of every invoice gets held till the end, and then they do an assessment and reevaluate everything, and then they'll release one lump sum payment of the 10%. We couldn't do it here because it has to be a reimbursement thing. It's a special grant, but for future contracts, we could implement something to that extent. Councilmember Frazee, we did something last time around, whether it was we made sure to send another letter or added a special sheet or something. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but I would support if you want to have, like, we could do the same thing and have it added in again. Whatever we did last time to assert that was needed, but we just have to figure it out.
Yes, Ms. Frazee.
Yes, so if we can continue doing that, executives to do, that would be very helpful.
Mr. Brown?
A holdback wouldn't work in this case because usually the claims come sometimes afterwards. So, if someone says I was denied a job or I was treated differently or whatever. So, and by the way, I keep confusing you with Frank Sinatra or Dean Martin. I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that this is not such a straightforward process. Sometimes things you find out there a year later and all this kind of stuff. But at least once we have this there is a remedy, or there is a pathway for some kind of remedy or pathway of taking some action. But if that wording is not there, then you can't do anything. So I think that we will ensure that in our contracts or other assistance type of grants or situations, that we will make sure that part of the agreements or contracts.
Anything further? Okay, please call the roll.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
That passes 6-1.
All right. Next item on our agenda is AB 2020-494, ordinance amending the 2020 Whatcom County budget, request number 21, in the amount of $316,676. This page is 39 through 47 in the combined packet. That passed in finance 3-0, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion. Do we have any discussion on that? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Sorry. Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is AB 2020-495, ordinance establishing the Shallow Shore Culvert Relocation Fund and establishing a project-based budget for the Shallow Shore Culvert Relocation Fund. It's pages 48 through 53 in your packet. That was approved in finance 3-0, and I so move. Barry, you're muted.
Any discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Can't hear you.
Passes unanimously. Sorry. Trying to do too many things at once and it's too late.
Yeah. I concur with you. All right, the next item is AB 2020-496, ordinance amending the project budget for the Public Safety Radio System Fund, request number 2, pages 54 through 58 in your packet. That passed in committee 3-0, and I so move. Barry, I'm just going to keep going with these.
Do we have discussion on this motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes. That passes unanimously.
Number 4 was pulled and dealt with already, so we're on to number 5. AB 2020-545, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a transfer option agreement between Whatcom County and Opportunity Council for the transfer of property located at 1000 North 4th Street for the purposes of developing 60 permanently affordable homes for seniors. Pages 59 through 71 in your packet. An amended version of that document passed, which I believe is in the document Dana sent us all. That amended version passed 3-0, and I so move.
Discussion? Councilmember Ellenboss?
So now so the exhibit A that was being talked about is what the negotiated agreement will be. So basically, by approving this, we approve for the negotiations to begin on doing this project. Am I correct on that? Like, we don't know if we're giving them the property or if they're leasing it for $1 or if they're leasing it for $400. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. Councilmember Ellenboss.
Okay. And then we'll hear back on whatever Exhibit A is before we continue to move forward, correct?
Any memorandum of understanding would have to have council approval.
Okay.
Councilmember Donovan?
I think we had a good discussion this afternoon, and I love this project. It's a great idea, and I'm looking forward to more of these potentially coming on where we can leverage public lands, not just county lands, for this kind of housing. And I think there was a good discussion also about getting it not just in the city of Bellingham, but in other cities and out in the county. And I really hope we can keep that working.
So this is Dana. I did not send you an amended version of this today, so I'm not sure if maybe you received one from the administration. I don't know, but I just wanted to clarify that.
You changed it and to nor or stuff.
Yeah, I didn't send that to you, so I don't know if someone else might have sent it to you.
I was mistaken. I thought it was in that packet document that you sent over. So do you want me to read what the amendments were?
That would be great.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up. All right. On the first page of the transfer option agreement, under the agreement subhead, paragraph 2. So the paragraph reads, currently, this agreement will terminate in 5 years if the grantee has neither received the notice described in paragraph 1 above by that date, nor B, received loans or grants that are adequate to fully fund the development of the project and cause federal low-income housing tax credits to be available for the project. The amended version is that late or that long of a day, but the amended version actually Steve Oliver sent over to us, now that I recall. And let's see here. That was the one we ended up voted on. So the language reads, this agreement will terminate in 5 years if the grantee has either A, not received the notice described in paragraph 1 above by that date, or B, not received loans or grants that are adequate to fully fund the development of the project and federal low-income housing tax credits to be available for the project. That's the version that was approved by the committee 3-0. Dana and council, I'll forward this to the council as a whole, so you have this language. And then the only other context is that the purpose of that was that if either of those items failed to happen, that we could take the project or property back and continue using it. So we weren't contingent on both of them having to happen. Hopefully that made sense and I wasn't sleep slurring. That's a thing.
Councilmember Ellenboss?
Yeah, I think my only hesitation on this project would be whether the citizens of Whatcom County are getting good compensation for their asset. And I think I expressed my concerns to the folks who are proposing this project about other communities, could benefit from stuff like this as well. So yeah, I think I'm in favor of this one.
Any further discussion? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, there was a point raised earlier about the $1 lease to be negotiated. I think both the question and the answer relate to a different different property, which is the current health department building. Am I correct? I think.
Yeah. Again, there's no talk about value of leases or options at this point.
Right. Okay. So the point is we're going to be doing this with the second property as well. And I just come back to the earlier comment I made today. You know, we're not in the land business. We have virtually no land. If we're going to try and do something like this again in the future, we need to acquire more land. So,
Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, I just use the dollar lease as a example of what type of, not that that's what's, I don't know if that's what they're talking about or not. It was nothing specific to this project.
Any other discussion? Yes, Executive Sadhu.
I just wanted to add that this was back in April or May when Opportunity Council approached us. They actually approached the previous executive also. This has been in the works for a while. When they approached me, and my first question was, why Bellingham only? Because I said we cannot be Bellingham centric. Of course, there is a situation that we have the county health department and we have the human services department, which is with the county. So most of the grant monies when we get, they come to the county, and then we are supposed to distribute to the cities and other places. But this was very much on our mind, and we had a long conversation, not one, several, and they came back with the promise that the next project will not be in Bellingham. I said, this is the only thing we are approving for you in Bellingham, because I would like to see something Linden, Ferndale, Blaine, even Everson, because it will be a lot cheaper if we do projects in Everson or Nooksack. So anyways, that's very much on our mind, and we'll make sure that that we follow up on that. Can you guys hear me? I heard from Mr. Brown that somehow I was not coming through clear.
Well, your mic starts out really soft and then it'll get louder and then it'll go soft again. So it's something to do with your mic.
That my microphone is built into my camera, then I have to really go close to it. So I stay away. But I'll be careful. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
Earl Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
yes.
Byrd Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
I didn't hear her call, but
Kathy,
yes.
you're fading out now.
Yeah.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
that passes 7-0.
And you're muted now, Barry.
We move now to the Council Public Works and Health Committee. Carol?
Okay, we had AB 2020-431, a resolution affirming racism as a public health crisis. And the substitute passed 3-0 in committee, and I so move.
Okay. Discussion on that motion?
Can we just identify the substitute for the audience?
I don't know if it has a name or.
It had some minor amendments that are in Legistar.
Just go in there and read it.
You know, I could do, or do you want to do it, Carol?
Yeah, do you want to do it? I don't have that one up right now.
Okay,
I
so
have it up right now.
If I go in there, I'll never come out. So
It's a resolution affirming that racism is a public health crisis, introduced on November 24th, 2020. It is the revised version that we passed out of committee today.
and it had one 2, 3, 4 edits that are in Legistar.
And it's listed as item 7 in Legislar.
There it is.
So is everybody on the same page now? Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Ellenboss.
Yeah, I'm going to vote no on this resolution for a myriad of reasons. But I think the biggest reason is that I think that this train of thought is only going to serve to continue to widen the gap that we see in health outcomes for the BIPOC community, as it's referred to in the ordinance. And like I've said in the past, when you look at race relations since 1960 till now, they've gotten better. They continue to get better. Yet these health discrepancies have gotten worse. And so to look at it under the lens that it's only racism that is causing this or perpetuating it, I feel is incredibly short-sighted. I also feel like this document is incredibly politically charged, and I think we could have done better just to serve the community and help eliminate some of these discrepancies that we see in health outcomes with a little better document. And I think that this is just my opinion, but I think this document was more designed to speak to a certain group and maybe appease them than it was to address the health outcome for all the members of the Whatcom County community.
Councilmember Frazee?
Yes, I do want to thank Councilmember Ellenboss and Councilmember Brown for working with PHAB, and I thought all the issues were on the table and worked through. And with that, I think if we pass this, I really believe it'll help a lot of people in our community, and we can take the action steps, and I look forward to doing that.
Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I said it in the meeting earlier, but I'll add, we had a wonderful discussion between Councilmember Brown and a few members of the PHAB board and Erica Lautenbach. We had a wonderful, honest, helpful conversation that I think will lead to better things in the future, and I greatly appreciated that. I can't support this document. I don't think it's the answer. But I'm hoping everybody's heart's in the right place moving forward.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah. Mr. Ellenboss, I'd like to ask you to reconsider for this reason. I fully support that there are additional issues that contribute to poor health outcomes. And some of them are related to the issue that you're talking about fathers and families. I think there are also, one of the other driving issues for poor outcomes is just simply poverty or lack of education. And one of the things that's always struck me is the startling statistic that 42% of our inmates in the county jail are illiterate. So maybe there's a connection between illiteracy and incarceration. I think there is. So I would ask you to reconsider to support this one, and work with us on other ones where they're relevant to other issues, because there are other issues, and some of them also affect health outcomes. This is just one of them.
Mr. Donovan.
Small screen, I can't find the unmute thing. Yeah, I want to thank and commend everybody in the community who brought this forward, and council members have been working on it. Everybody. Yeah, and I guess I'll maybe echo what Mr. Brown saying. If you can't support it, maybe just abstain. But I think it's a better document, at least for this council, than it was than we started with. And I like what we started with, but it's better for this council that we had the changes in the input. I think it's an important statement, and it's not gonna make things better instantly. Maybe very gradually it will, but recognizing, the institutionalized systemic issues about racism, I think it's important for this community to do. I don't know if I would agree or agree that race relations have gotten better since 1960. They're different, but that's maybe beside the point. But so if folks can't support it, maybe abstain, and we'll try to get to where you're at with some of your policy issues as we go forward.
Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, and like I said, I agree it's a better document than it was, but I guess in doing the more research and more reading and looking at more statistics and reading more articles than I had up until this point of working on this, if I felt like this resolution would be neutral or help, I would support it. But I feel strongly that this direction is going to only serve to continue to perpetuate that discrepancy that we've seen and that we do see. I'm not arguing that they're there or that racism isn't real. I'm saying that under this lens and with this language, that's sort of, in my mind, the reason that it continues and perpetuates and gets even wider. So that's why I can't support it the way it is.
Anyone else? Ms. Kirshner.
I just wanted to say that I agree that this document is much better than the first document that came to us, and I appreciate everybody's work on it, as has been said. There are a few things in it that still don't sit very well with me, but I do appreciate that some of the amendments that I brought forward were accepted. My struggle is that I'm reading through some of these whereases, and some of them don't start with racism is the reason for, and then go on to explain the situation. And so I feel like those are more honest, because I don't know that we can say that all of these issues, that all these differences and all of this information here is necessarily because of racism. I just don't, and maybe it's because I don't understand what the term, what you mean by that. But when I hear racism, I think of a negative action towards a person based on the color of their skin. And maybe that's not it, and it is late tonight, so I might be rambling a bit. And I've gone back and forth on what to do about this all day, because I want to honor the work that was done on it and validate that. And also, I don't dispute the facts that are in this resolution. You know, all the facts that the health department and Councilmember Brown and Ellenboss found for local data, which is something I specifically asked for. My issue is just that we blame it all on racism, and then where does that get us and where does it take us? But I'm thinking that I might be able to just take that in and support the facts that are in this without having to support the entire thing, maybe. Thank you for listening to me at 11:52 p.m.
We're just getting going. Mr. Byrd, I thought I saw a hand.
Yeah, I'll try not to ramble. I know the feeling, but the yeah, I don't know. I'd like to reiterate. I also appreciate the work, and I think that this is a lot less confrontational than what it was before. And confrontational is not the right word. Divisive. That the last one would cause people to really kind of be more polarized, and I think this has come a long way in getting past that. I'm still not there either. I don't want to vote no against it, but I don't want to vote yes against it. I thought I'm leaning towards just taking your suggestion and abstaining. Essentially, that email, Carol, a while back, and it's, you know, I would love to figure out, like, when I look at this, I keep reading it and looking at it, and I just can't figure out what it is that we're actually going to do that's going to make things better. It feels like a pat on the back, and I want to be careful because I don't want to diminish the work or anything. I guess what I'm looking for is, like, I know I'd rather figure out what things we were really going to do to help. And to me, I don't feel like this necessarily helps. Maybe just, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't have more. It's a tough one, and it's been a really long day. And this is a super popular topic to have at the very, very end. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Frazee.
I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Byrd, and also Councilmember Kirschner. You know, with any type of healing, I know I've been reading a lot about what happened in Ireland and their healing. And the first part is the acknowledgement. And I think that is really important before any healing occurs, and then we can take action steps. So.
Councilmember Donovan.
Yeah, and I think I've said this a few times through this process. It's not that we're calling anyone racist, or that there are people individually judging people based on the color of their skin. I mean, that may go on, that does go on, but that's not what I see this resolution doing. It's like systemic racism is about saying there are systems and processes that discriminate based on race, and recognizing and trying to deal with those systems and processes and institutions. That's, I think, different than saying people just looking at you, and, you know, you look at somebody, I look at somebody, and we make racial judgment on them. That it's systemic processes, institutions that we're trying to address in our healthcare system in particular. So,
Mr. Ellenboss.
Yeah, I think Todd's right when he's talking about it as it's not about how, you know, Barry Buchanan treats, you know, his neighbor who happens to be Mexican American, something like that, right? I think what was trying to be, I think what it was trying to be, I think what it was trying to address was systemic issues. And I think one of the things we talked about in our meeting was, you know, we all wanted this to be local, and solve issues locally. And one of the examples that I brought up was just how certain policies and things negatively impact certain people or groups disproportionately. And so I try and think about policies that we have in Whatcom County that do that. And one of the only things, consciously or unconsciously, right? And so, which is part of why when I rewrote it, I put unconscious bias in there, because I thought that was a better, more all-encompassing term that would take color out of the equation, because quite frankly, this thing's just talking about color. And we have a large community in Whatcom County that, you know, may not be black, brown, you know, whatever. They, on the outside, they're, you know, they're white, right? But they're still English as a second language. They're still immigrants, and they still have to deal with this unconscious bias. And so I was hoping that we could, you know, include that community into this discussion as well. And so, you know, when I'm thinking about the policies in Whatcom County to try and make it local, I'm thinking about this thing that we were talking about the other night with, you know, charging inmates for phone calls. And I think that was sort of appalling to a few of us that we do that, because it's like, hey, why don't we kick these people while they're down? Because, I mean, they're in jail, and now we're going to charge them to talk to their family or talk to their children, you know. And the answer from the sheriff is kind of a, hey, well, that's the way it's always done. And I'm like, well, hey, there you go. There's an example of a systemic thing that probably disproportionately affects certain communities more than others because of the demographic of the jail population. So I think to myself, well, is this policy rooted in racism, or is it an unconscious bias that we have just operated under because that's the way we've always done it? And so that's why I sort of went the direction I did with the unconscious bias when I did my rewrite, because I thought it would better address, you know, systemic policy issues. Because I can't look at that telephone example and say, yep, that's racism. I can say that, yeah, that's probably unconscious bias that we need to address and be aware of. And I think that's the kind of thing we could look at to really make a difference here in Whatcom County. And so that was the direction I went with my rewrite. And hopefully, you know, maybe we'll readdress some of this stuff, but with other things in the future. But yeah, there's a lot of, this document deals a lot about color and the color of people's skin. And I think that the issues that we see are deeper, can be deeper than just the color of people's skin.
Mr. Brown?
I don't disagree, Mr. Allenbass, that the issues can be deeper. I would argue, though, that for all the history in this community of negative attitudes towards race, this community has really moved forward. And part of the evidence is, and I'll use examples where I know for sure what their ethnic origin is, but Bob Kelly was a member of the Nooksack tribe, got elected to the council. Steve Oliver, who's a member of the Lummi tribe, of course, has served for years with distinction as the county treasurer. And we now have Satpal Sidhu, who's visibly a member of a minority, who is chosen by the majority of the county voters. So there's lots of evidence that this community has moved significantly far away from some of the earlier aberrant behavior. But some of it still exists. And if you ask my son why he has such an issue with racism. The example he will give is one day he's walking with a buddy of his through Edgemore, and someone calls the cops on his buddy, who lives in Edgemore as well, because his buddy's African American. And that was the only reason. So it does exist. There is explicit, or there is bias in the way people view others in this community still. And this just brings it to the forefront and says, let's get to work. Let's get rid of the rest of it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with what you just said. I mean, those are people's experiences, and I know that they're real. Yeah, I think racism exists. It exists in Linden, it exists in Bellingham, it exists all over Whatcom County. This document says that it exists to the point that it's a health crisis. And then it seeks to justify that statement with statistics. And while it's an issue, there are a lot of other things in this community that I would consider crises before I would say that racism rises to that level in this community. Now, a lot of the other crises probably negatively impact the BIPOC community, as it's referred to in this document, more disproportionately, and you know, that's an issue. But like I said before, I think viewing it under the lens of racism is the reason will only perpetuate those differences. If that makes sense at 12:05 a.m.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Kirschner.
Yeah, I'm typically a glass half empty person, right? I'm always looking for the empty part, and I'm going to try to be a glass half full or a glass even 80% full on this one. I didn't like everything in the executive's budget. A couple of things I tried to get taken out, but I still saw that overall it was workable and voted for it. And I think what I'm going to do here is just recognize that there's some things in this that I really don't like, but there are some things in it that I think are accurate. And I'm going to look at it, you know, about 75%. And so I think I'll go ahead and support this tonight for those reasons that there is good in here. Not exactly perfect, but it'd be hard to get perfect for 7 of us, I imagine.
Any further discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Ben Ellenboss,
No.
Carol Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Fred Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd, looks like
Yes.
he's, oh, great. Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes 6-1. I have a question for you, Mr. Donovan.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to put this next item off to the 8th?
Please.
The next item is $3.8 million for purchasing like 6 gurneys, but or I got that wrong.
No, it's a resolution affirming confidence in the election results.
Okay, hang on. I'm on Registrar here. Yeah, no, actually, I'm not. You don't want to keep going on for a while here. Why am I seeing that one about? Hang on. I got racism, public health crisis, and then 2 items added by revision, AB 2020-556, and an ordinance for $3.5 million is the next item before the one. I'm willing to put mine off, but
He is correct. There was there's one item on for introduction, and then there's this action item. I believe the order is the other one first and then this.
None of that made it into my script, so.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why these gurneys cost $3.5 million.
So does somebody that has a copy of that, could you read it into the record?
And just a reminder, the gurney item is just for introduction.
I am totally willing to put this off till the 8th. So mine. So yeah. Hopefully we can read it by then and digest.
So on the 2 items, I just don't have it because it's not.
What are you looking for?
You can read it. This is the item that was added for introduction. Ordinance amending the 2020 Whatcom County budget, request number 22 in the amount of $3,524,769.
Okay, none of this is making any sense. I see that's in my script under introduction, but we still have items added by revision right after the resolution on racism.
I think that Lisa just mistakenly put it down under intro, and it happened last time too. It should still be up at that top section, the items added by revision.
I got this. I move that we postpone the item that I introduced, and then that we move the other item into introductions.
What?
There are 2 things that are in Legistar that are added as items for revision. So I move that we postpone AB 2020-566, which is this thing about election results, till the 8th, and that we move 2020-556, which is in items added by revision, into introductions.
Understand. I second that. Good idea.
Does that work,
Barry
Dana?
said was all in favor.
Yes, that does work. Thank you.
Can you, Barry?
He's pranking us.
There's a feature there when you can hold your space bar down and it'll give you if your mic works, but it didn't work that time. So
because it's not your birthday anymore, it's after midnight.
I know, that's why. Happy birthday yesterday, Ben.
Best birthday ever, Barry.
Yeah, I love spending 14, 15 hours with you. Okay, so the motion is we're moving AB 2020-556 to introduction, which is where I have it actually in my script. So that landed in the right place. And also to hold the resolution on elections till the 8th. That's the motion. I'll second.
I already did, but go ahead.
Oh well. Okay, so any discussion on that?
We already took votes on it too, but
okay. I know where you work.
Don't mess with anyone at this hour.
Okay, so seeing no discussion, please call the roll.
Earl Frazee,
Yes.
Kathy Kirschner,
Yes.
Rod Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
You broke up, Kath.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss,
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Next up is introduction items. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Move to introduce.
Plus, sorry, point of order, plus what you just added.
Second.
I muted Barry, but I still moved to introduce.
Yeah. Okay, items 1 through 8 have been moved for introduction.
Second.
Discussion. Please call the roll.
Kathy Kirschner? Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes.
Red Brown?
Yes.
Barry Buchanan?
Yes.
Tyler Byrd?
Yes.
Todd Donovan?
Yes.
Ben Ellenboss?
Yes.
Carol Frazee?
Yes.
Passes unanimously. So committee reports, anything else out of natural resources?
Well, that was about 15 hours ago, but we had a nice presentation about the Firewise thing that council has continued funding to help people figure out how to reduce fuel load. You can go back and read the tapes or watch the tapes, but it was a good presentation, and we're hoping we can help them out more in the next budget cycle.
Okay, anything else from finance?
Oh, sorry. I totally didn't realize I was muted as I'm yawning. Yeah, come back to me. Give me a second.
Okay, we go to criminal justice and public safety. We had a presentation from the prosecutors and the public defender's office on some new policies that they're putting into place, and they're going to be bringing that forward soon. That was all we had in that committee. So Tyler, back to you.
Yep. The only other thing I want to mention is, if you haven't seen this Sasquatch video, go watch it. It was fantastic. Figure out who the voice was. Have fun with that. But awesome program. So if you do nothing else tonight, share the link. It is thinklocalfirst.org. As many times as you can, and go buy a couple gift cards and support the businesses, because they're going to need the help, and their employees are too. So they'll love it, and we'll all be much better for it. So please do. Thanks.
Thanks, Tyler. Anything else?
Sasquatch.
Anything else from Public Works and Health?
Nope, think that was it.
How about from planning?
Yes, we had a discussion on Planning Commission's recommendations to 1, create a citizen advisory body to address the issue of public participation in local government affairs, and 2, consider implementing an impact fee ordinance. And a robust conversation was had, and there were quite a few planning commissioners on the meeting, which I greatly appreciated. And on the first item, they all unanimously supported. The second item, there was some dissent, and we got to hear from both sides of the issue, which I thought was wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Then committee of the whole, we had our COVID-19 briefing, talked about the increase in cases in Whatcom County. We also talked about the new testing facility is going to be up at the Linden Fairgrounds in the pig barn, so they can test indoors this winter. We also talked about housing. We talked about the Byron Street facility for both quarantine and potentially for winter sheltering, and the health department is working through some issues on that, and they are going to report back to us. And then we also talked about the potential purchase. Well, we've already actually, council has voted to go ahead with the tiny home purchase of 50 units. And we got an update from myself from the Homeless Strategies Work Group, and then Deputy Executive Schroeder gave us a kind of a status to where things are in the executive's office. And that was what we did in committee of the whole. Anything else for the good of the order? Councilmember Brown.
Sorry to do this. At the moment, the drive-through testing is being shifted to Linden, and that's going to be the only facility because there isn't any covered area we can use in in Bellingham that we've been able to identify. I have provided some information on some pop-up shelters to do drive-throughs. And I'd like the executive to give serious consideration of doing that in Bellingham. I understand, we're supporting when we're doing the one in Linden, we're supporting the existing operation under Linden. I support that, but there's a lot of people in Bellingham who simply can't get to Linden that we want to get tested. And so we have to do something in Bellingham. And the reason I'm pushing that issue at the moment is because, of course, COVID, the CARES dollars expire soon. And these items are physically available for delivery before the deadline. So that's fine.
Anything else for the good of the order? Councilmember Ellenbach.
Yeah, I know it's 12:20 and my alarm clock goes off at 4 a.m., 3:45, snooze till 4. But I sat here on my birthday and with you guys, so you guys can listen to me for a minute real quick. So Barry, you said it was going to be in the pig barn. I think in Skagit County, it was in the sheep barn. Boom, boom, but it was. Are you sure they're doing it in the pig barn?
That's what they told us.
Okay. Another thing, this is just a council member comment. I found it, and I don't know if ironic's the right word, but I have to appreciate the honesty of the people who speak in support of the moratorium and the Cherry Point amendments. Because what I hear from them is that they just don't want fossil fuel, period. And I appreciate that honesty. Because I kind of feel like the groups that have been advocating for this, that's really what they're looking for in the end here. But they don't say it for some reason. So I appreciate those guys' honesty, but I found it ironic that the folks that I was listening to tonight, they're advocating to kill the jobs and vilify the corporations of the very people that are paying the property taxes that generates the revenue that they then are demanding to be spent on the homeless population. And I sit there and I listen to that and I wonder where they think the money comes from. The government doesn't generate the money. We, the people, generate the money. And so it's almost like the folks that say, we need to do better than fossil fuel, but we don't want dams in our rivers, and we don't want to talk about nuclear energy, but we need to do better than fossil fuel. So anyway, I found that interesting tonight. I found it interesting that the folks that don't want industry in their backyard still want somebody to pay for the services that the less fortunate need. I'm off my soapbox.
Executive Sadhu?
Yes, it's been late, but I just want to thank the council for very robust discussion and for approving the budget. It's not been an easy time for us. It's been long 5 months. We had several unpleasant discussions with the department heads and back and forth and several different meetings. And of course, last couple of months with the council. And we totally appreciate from the administration side that there are checks and balances, and we have to prepare and justify why we are proposing something. And that's what the process is supposed to be. And I just want to assure you that we appreciate that. We say that, you know, ask us tough questions. And I just want to say that if I have offended anybody in any way, I apologize for that. But we are also as much passionate to be fiscally conservative as all other people are on the council. And the rest is that happy Thanksgiving to everybody. And we'll see you in the after next week or maybe a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, Seth Paul, and everyone else.
Happy
Yep.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, everybody. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Mr. Brown?
Happy Thanksgiving. That's it.
Okay. All right, folks. Ben?
Yeah, I just want to say to Sap Paul, the only thing that I find offensive about him is that he shaved that beautiful beard. Bring it back. Bring back the beard.
Okay.
All right, folks. We are adjourned. See you later.